Boyd. He's a very, very competitive rider.
Yeah. Some of the best battles I've ever had were against Jason back in the 600 class, and yeah, he really can pedal, and like so much experience now. And I think he's had a couple of different super bikes now. He's on something a little bit newer, a very similar bike to Brett's, I believe, and with the new electronics and rider aids and things that these bikes have, definitely it would help in these sort of conditions where it's still looking a little bit, damp and I suppose track temperature wouldn't be too cold out there today. It's temperature-wise, it's not too bad.
There was definitely a bit of warmth in the sun, but just while we're talking, you can see a few spots of rain on the glass of the commentary box. So I don't think it's enough to cause the riders any problems yet, but they will be seeing it on their visor, and it just puts that doubt in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys will ride to the conditions and just ease themselves into it here, but could definitely throw up a few surprises with the grid here.
Well, that's right. It's a competitive class, and you don't want to be too far away from the front row. I mean, we've got 10 bikes, so you can still make up some ground, but in an 8-lap race, you don't want to give the guys too much of a head start.
Yeah, well, some of the fellas might think too, gee, I better get a quick one in here before the rain does come. So it could be in for some excitement in the next couple of laps.
Well, first flying lap there from Jason Spencer goes through to 56.17. Scott Honeychurch 56.94 after that. Brett Simmons about to cross the line. Brett goes through second fastest with a 56.13. So I think you're right, Boyd.
Jeremy Huddleston not too far off the pace already. He's only completed 2 laps and already put in a 57.
Yeah, I think what you say is right. They'll probably be making sure they get a quick time in now, just in case anything more comes of that little shower. But look, already I think it's lightening up.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell, but we all look up to that little valley there and the cloud coming through, and sometimes it's all straight on you, and other times it sort of just disappears to nothing. So let's hope it's the latter. Yeah, a bit of a group forming there out on track. It looks like the 3 Kawasaki's all circulating close together.
Yeah, so that can be your friend or your foe when you're trying to qualify. If you get a tow from the guy in front of you, it's great. If they hold you up, it can be really frustrating.
Yeah, it's always a bit of an interesting one. But sometimes you're following someone, you think, gee, I can go faster, and then you get in front of them, and all of a sudden they're back all over you again, and end up having a bit of a race before the race.
Now, Jason Spencer just returning to the pits, so too Scott Honeychurch. So they've decided, Scott's actually not returning to the pits. He's going back to the dummy grid. But certainly Jason Spencer looks like he's comfortable with what he's posted. Still fastest with a 56.17. Sorry,
he's down to a 55.17. Yeah, so that's quite an impressive pace already. This could be it does bode well for the races with all these quick lap times in succession.
Yeah, and I think it probably underlines what we were saying about Jason, fresh back from racing last weekend at Phillip Island. You do lose your edge if you're not riding these bikes regularly, and that's demonstrated with what Jason's just done. 2 laps in and straight down to a low 55.
So Brett has just crossed the line too, very much on the pace now, low 55 as well, only a couple of tenths off. So it looks like he's not feeling too rusty at the moment. Man of his such experience, I guess he's done so many laps around here. I think he'll get back up to speed pretty quickly.
Yeah, about to say that. He's certainly, I don't think there's anyone who's done more laps around here than Brett Simmons. You'd probably be next in line, Boyd.
Yeah, done a few, not too much recently, but Brett, I guess, that experience always comes through, and I think maybe towards the end of the day he might start feeling a bit of the physical effects of riding the big superbike. So, big wheel spin from Brett over the hump.
Oh, sorry, you missed an incident through the S's there. I don't know who it was. 2 of the Kawasaki's didn't leave each other much room, and there was a big collision. Both almost went down.
Well, there's action aplenty already then. So, yeah, as I was saying, it's getting close to other riders on track during qualifying. I guess in this case, it was Foe. I'm sure those guys will be looking to spread out a little bit now, try and get one more lap in. We're sort of ticking down towards the end of the session now, about 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, a few more spots of rain as well. Very, very light. I think it'll blow through, and it's certainly the forecast is for it to clear. But at the moment, it's as we say, it's probably just enough to for these guys just to show a little bit of caution. I've often said in commentary that in these conditions, when you're following a bike, you can start to see a little bit of line coming off the tyre on a slightly damp track.
Yeah, well, we haven't spoken too much about Jason Wiley yet. He, another one who's sort of coming back from an injury, and traditionally has gone very well in the wet around here. But I imagine he would just be easing back into it and getting up to speed a little bit. His lap time at the moment around a 58, so definitely some more time in the bag for him. I'm sure he'll pick up the pace a little bit as he gets back up to speed throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very capable rider around here, but as you say, he is coming back from injury. I don't know how that's going to impact his riding. I was talking to him. He's saying he's mainly lacking strength. He's got plenty of movement, and I think he broke his pelvis at Symmons Plains, but certainly pelvis leg.
Yeah, major injury.
Yeah. So yeah, his range of movement is fine, but still lacking a little bit of strength. So from that point of view, he may actually prefer a damper track because
well, he looks like he's getting his wish. Unfortunately, we're getting a lot more rain on the commentary box window up here now, and everyone coming in. And I think there's going to be a flurry of activity if in the pits if this rain keeps up. Let's cross our fingers that it blows over.
Really, really difficult, isn't it? Already the sky is clearing, but the guys who are going out for race one, which is not far away, are going to have to think about which tyres they're going to use.
It's going to be a very difficult and probably quick decision they're going to have to make here. But at the moment, certainly rain looks fairly light. It'll take a while for the track to get fully wet at this rate.
Yes, it's still certainly a slick track at the moment, but there is a little bit more in that shower that's coming through at the moment, so it's probably going to be enough to make it a very hard decision come race one. Certainly a part of racing I do not miss, Boyd.
Absolutely. I think the last time I raced out here on the practice day, we'd just finished putting the wet tyres in, and no sooner I'd looked up, the skies are clear, so we straight back onto the bike, take the wheels out again, slicks back in, and I was absolutely exhausted by the time we got out to the start line. But that happens, I guess.
And I guess for those who have not raced before, it's hard to describe the feeling of riding around on dry tyres or hot slicks when it starts to rain. You really get no feel or insight into when they're going to let go.
Yeah, and it's definitely a mental thing, because if you go too slow and the tyres cool off too much, you'll actually have less grip. So it's all about riding with a bit of confidence and trust and trying to be super smooth, maybe hang off the bike a little bit more just to keep the bike a bit more upright. And yeah, it's really just a case of who dares wins, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. And look, we see that in MotoGP so regularly, where the likes of Jack Miller are prepared to go out and, as you say, push hard and keep the heat in the tyres. But you back off that extra bit, you lose the. It all cascades from there, doesn't it?
And it's such a fine line as well.
It is.
And if you cross that line, then you don't get much of a warning.
Well, the track is certainly looking more dark now. It's the shower's still persisting, so it's very, very close to needing wets now, I'd say. Not that there's lying water, but it's a properly damp track.
Yeah, the one thing I guess that does work in the rider's favour is that the surface here since the repaving has proven to be very, very grippy in the wet. I've done some laps around here in the full wet with a wet front and a dry rear tyre, treaded rear tyre, and I was only simply because I didn't have time to change the rear. And surprisingly, it held on really, really well. So I was just being a little, putting the power down a little bit harder every lap and no slips. So it can be done, but you're going to have to be very, very smooth.
Unlike the surface beforehand,
which was
how would you describe that?
No other word but ice, Chris. It was diabolical. Yeah, so a couple of memories there from the historics back when we first. I suppose it would have been about 2011 now.
It was 2011, yeah, that's right.
Out there on the old GPZ 600 with bias play road tyres, because that's all that we could get for the 16-inch wheels. And I remember coming into Calvin's and it just slid in the front, then it slid in the back, and it went about 3 times and it wobbled around. I went up on the ripple strip. It's like, okay, I'm just going to cruise around from here, I think.
I can remember a time when Cameron Donald was down here doing some rider training, and we did a track walk, and it had been damp like this, and we got to the end of the straight, and I ran along, and I could just ski on my feet. Just,
Yeah.
and Cameron looked at it, and you could almost see the colour drain out of his face. It was like, I'm not going out on that.
Yeah, it was pretty hairy. But, thankfully, those days are gone, and the surface seems to be holding up really well. That grip factor, I don't think has even gone away too much in the last couple of years. But they certainly, whatever mix they used, has really worked well.
Yeah, absolute credit to everyone who got behind the resurfacing of this track. It did cost a lot of money, and it ended up costing a lot more than it was anticipated. But the Basketball Foundation raised over $1 million to have this track resurfaced.
Yeah, incredible effort, and it's certainly paid off. I think there'd be probably a lot of people and a lot of riders in the pits who have only started racing since the repo. They wouldn't even know what the old surface was like, and the absolute dramatic difference it made to the riding and the enjoyment of coming out here. But to those that can remember it, I'm sure they would be forever grateful.
Oh, those that can remember it still have nightmares, I'm sure.
As yourself, Chris, with when you hit that bumper coming onto the front straight, I believe.
Was
it a wet patch? There was a
Oh no, through
there.
here, through the sweeper. No, that
Yeah.
was actually at the 2+4 historic meet, the car historic meeting,
That's
and
right.
that was brake fluid. I was told that was from, I think, Darren Pearce's Camaro that had run off in the dirt and had a ruptured brake fluid hose, so dumped some fluid through the sweeper. But the interesting thing about that, I was only telling somebody here the other day that back then we were doing 2 warm-up laps, or a warm-up lap and a siding lap.
That's right.
And I remember following you through the sweeper the lap before on the siding lap and saw your back end slide, and I thought, oh, your tyre must be really cold. Not knowing what was to come. That was actually brake fluid. Next lap round was the first flying lap of the race, and
it was certainly a spectacular sight from where I was, Chris. It was just body and bike, just your bike was cartwheeling and you were flipping off in one direction, and I very nearly followed you towards the end of that race. Even though I knew it was there, that slippery patch, I still somehow hit it and had the big slide and up out of the seat. Thankfully, I stayed on.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? You know, you can't anticipate everything on the racetrack. Sometimes you get damp patches, sometimes you get little bits of oil.
Well, whether that was the one we hit, but certainly out there in the sweeper, there used to be a crack, and the water would just leach up from underneath and just ooze through. And there was a few little spots like that around the track, and thankfully those days are past. There was also another one at the bottom of the hill where it would constantly run water and mud across the track. So even when it dried up, it was still really, really slippery. So it's definitely looking a little damp out there. Rain may be easing off a little bit. We have a puddle in pit lane here as our reference. We can still see a bit of rain sprinkling in it.
In fact, thinking back to that historic meeting, that's the one that they had the torrential rain, and the day before it was a massive amount of rain, and I can remember seeing some of the historic cars driving past the the commentary box here, and the water was almost up to the floor.
Oh, that's right. We had a river running down through the pits here. Yeah,
a full river.
That was crazy. Yeah, that was definitely the worst I've ever seen it out here. But getting back to the track resurfacing, another large part of that was improving the drainage. So the worst spots, be the bottom of the hill and down here at the base of the tower, have improved a lot since then.
Definitely, it's a massive improvement over what we had. So I guess how much faster would you think that the racetrack is these days in the dry, Boyd?
Yeah, gee, it was oft talked about a bit. We sort of seem to think it was in the realm of about 1.5 to 2 seconds.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I reckon 1.5 to 2.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, it was right around the time when I sold my 600, and I didn't really get a chance to do a direct reference to how quickly I went on the old track to the new track. But I think my best lap ever on the old track was about a low 56. I think about 56.3, something like that. And now we're seeing the pointy end of the field in 600s getting down to the 55s. So I think we're probably about right with that estimation.
I think so. And as bad as it was, if you knew it, you could sort of navigate your way around it. You
That's
knew which
right.
bumps to avoid.
Yeah, and a bike setup was definitely a big part of it too. If you set your bike up well to ride the bumps, you could still go quite quickly. But I think the safety factor as well is another big part of it. It's just so much safer now, not hitting those bumps at high speed.
Definitely. And one part of the track that I remember was through that sweeper that we're looking at over the start-finish line. On the inside apex, there used to be a much larger dip that would really test the suspension. You compress the almost bottom of the suspension out, and coming out of it, the bike would be quite unsettled.
Yes, they did level that bump off quite a lot. It was you could stand there looking up at the track and not really see anything, and then you'd come around, and when you hit it, if you caught a few people out, I know a few people ended up out in the dirt there.
Yeah, so I suppose all up, the racetrack is so much better than what it was, and that's great because basketball is almost unanimously agreed that to be a great motorcycle racetrack.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really we're quite lucky. It has a bit of everything, and it's they call it a rider's circuit because don't necessarily have to have the latest bike and the most horsepower to go quick around here and be competitive.
Also a spectator circuit. There's very few racetracks in Australia that provide the viewing of the quality of this racetrack because you can see just about all of it from up there on the hill in the comfort of your car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's I guess they call it a natural amphitheater, and it was when it was built. I think there's pictures when it first opened here of the track, just this narrow little track in a paddock, but cars just filling the entire hillside.
Yeah,
and it must have been a big thing back in the day, a really big draw and great thing for the community to get behind and build a circuit, and testament to the people who've kept it going all these years.
I had to laugh the other day. I saw a picture posted from obviously the very, very early days, and it was looking out to the outside of the start-finish line. There was no Armco railing there. There was no fence at all.
Yeah.
And there were people sitting on the grass only probably 40 metres off the outside of the track having a picnic with cars going around and no fence.
Well, the story I heard was that before they even surfaced it, and it was still a gravel track, there was people out here cutting laps and maybe even doing races, and literally just a gravel track in a paddock. It's come a long way since then.
It was probably how a lot of racetracks started back in the day. People were just bombing around a paddock and slowly cut it out and then decided, okay, we'll better seal it.
We've got bikes on track now, as this would be the first race on the program, I believe. We have the Formula Basketball, Formula 3, and Golden Era up to 500cc.
Now, definitely a wet track, and just having a look at the tyres, firstly...
got a bit of a mix going on here, I think.
Chip Sellers on slicks, a pole sitter.
Indeed. Looks like most of the other bikes are on treaded, what we call a DOT, I guess, or a treaded road or race tyre. Road legal, but still pretty much a race compound tyre.
Other than John Kranz is on a full wet, is it?
I believe, yes. It looks like John Kranz is on the wets. And, yeah, a couple of other slick shod bikes rolling up. So
race victory coming up for John Kranz.
he could pull one out of the bag here. Could be exciting.
Well, I'd be saying it's nervous times for Hamish Sellers then. Pole sitter on slicks on a wet track. Absolutely. It's going to be tentative.
Yes, it's almost the scenario where you kind of don't want to get the whole shot on a race like this. You want someone else to take the lead and let him be the guinea pig. Bike 84 rolling up pit lane now is Harley Phipps, and it looks like he's on the wets.
Okay.
So he could be a bit of a dark horse here.
That could be the master stroke then.
Mm-hmm.
It's just talking about how treacherous the wet track can be at times. Wade Schrader in the Superbike class went out yesterday on full wet, very first lap out, bottom of the S's, front just folded completely.
Oh, dear.
Ended up in the dirt. Took him by complete surprise, only pretty much coasting. So thinking that maybe tyre warmers would have been good, or
yeah, it's I've heard mixed things about using tyre warmers on wet. Some people say it's unnecessary. Others swear by it. Myself, I never really bothered with them. I just make sure I took it easy for the first lap. But yeah, you'd have to put it down to a cold tyre. You'd think a wet should wets are amazing around here. When they're up to temperature and you're up to speed, you can go ridiculously fast on them.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Boyd. I've never used them, but I also remember a meeting here last year where Jonathan Hughes has got a huge amount of experience, fell off twice in one lap. I think he holds the record on 4 wets on a wet track.
Well, it looks like Chip Sellers is coming into the pits. He might have thought better of it with these slick tyres.
Probably not a silly decision, really. I think he's gone out for a look and decided it's too wet for slicks, and really.
Yeah, so this is probably the slowest sighting lap I've ever seen out here, Chris. Everybody's still rolling up to the grid, and I think there's going to be a lot of nervous people out there.
Good sized grid too for the pre-modern superbike and supersport and golden era. Oh, sorry, Formula Basketball, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself. Golden era under 500.
Yeah, so there's 3 different classes out there. All these guys will still be looking forward to racing whoever they're around. It doesn't really matter who's in your class or not. If someone's in front of you, you still want to beat them.
And Formula 3 has been popular, and you've raced in that as well with an SV650. We'll come back to that because we're about ready for a start. The red light is on. Racing. And
looks like Larry Eaton got a fantastic start.
As he often does.
So he's going to lead the field, I think, here into turn 1.
Yep, he'll round up. I tell you what, this bike's going everywhere. I cannot begin to tell you who's where, other than Larry Eaton, who's leading the field quite comfortably at the moment.
Yeah, well, it looks like bike in position 2 may well be Harley Phipps on the wet shod CBR 600.
Yeah, you might have called that one well, Boyd.
So driving up the hill now, and Larry's got quite a good lead here.
It would be interesting to know what tyres Larry has on. I didn't notice that.
I'm pretty sure he's on the slicks. I
really?
got a bit of a look at it.
He might be doing a Brad Binder then.
Yeah.
Well, he's still on board, so obviously feeling pretty good about it. But Harley Phipps on the 600 behind is going to start reeling him in down the straight. He's on the 4 wet, so...
Well, he's closed the gap substantially down the straight, so he's right on Larry's hammer now as they round the sweeper for the first time. Larry's still holding good corner speed. He's obviously got the confidence up.
But Harley's going to be getting a lot of confidence out of those wet tyres and straight past Larry over the start.
Yeah, Larry had a little bit of a slide there as he came around. I think he had to roll off. We have a move up the inside at turn 1, 2. Coming through, it may be one of the SV650s there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick who that is. I'm wondering if it's Jared Tacey, maybe. I didn't pick the number as it went past.
So to see, yeah.
Oh, in fact, our timing machine might. Maybe it's Lee Stanitz.
Yeah.
Or Jason Brown. Maybe it's Jason. Look, forgive us.
Yes, I think you might be right there, Chris. Jace. These I must admit, these are some new names to me. These guys must be newer riders here at the track. We have Garth Newton in 5th place on his VFR 400. I didn't get a look at what tyres Garth is on, but another very experienced campaigner out here. So if anyone could go well in these conditions, it would be him.
Tell you what, Harley might not have this all his own way. I was about to say it looks like he'll run away with it, but if that is Jason Brown in 2nd place, we'll find out very shortly because they're about to cross the start-finish line again. So bike number 8 is Jason Brown, and it looks like he's on 4 wets, Boyd.
He is. Yeah, I would say so. With the speed he's carrying there. Oh, he's run very wide at turn 1. Just kept it on the track. We'll give Larry a bit of a sniff here into turn 2, but no, he's held on. And we have quite a battle forming there for 4th place.
John Kranz coming through on the wet.
John has just gone around 3 riders into turn 2 around the outside.
Well, we're talking about that. He's got the wets in, so
he's knee down through turn 4, hammer down up the hill on the little 250, and he's driving quite well up the hill.
And there's another rider with plenty of experience. He's done.
I think John would have really enjoyed that. I'm sure. The adrenaline will be pumping now, trying to get some speed here onto the back straight to gap these faster bikes.
Now, gap at the front's probably about the same, I'd say, as it was. Maybe Jason's closed it down a bit. Larry Eaton's still holding down third place quite comfortably. And look at John Kranz. He's streaking away.
Yeah, John is on mission here. He's definitely got a bit of the red mist up, I think. Definitely fancies his shot at the podium.
I can see Larry Eaton coming under pressure here. Larry on the slicks. But then this battle further back, who do we have in this?
So we've got bike 24 coming across.
Okay, so that's Lee Stannard and Garth Newton and Anthony Reid putting in a great ride.
Well, we've got quite a mix of machines here. Oh, Garth back up the inside.
Now look at Jason Brown. He's closed in that gap on Harley Phipps.
Wow, he's really closed down there through the S's.
Still plenty of time left. Now look at the battle further back here between the brothers Abbey.
Yeah, definitely a little bit tentative there. They are obviously on the slicks. And I think the last thing you want to do is wipe your brother out.
I think they're actually on treaded road tyres, so it's pretty sports tyres,
okay.
but they're not a lot better than slicks, really.
Not really, no. They just don't get enough heat into them in these sort of conditions to give any sort of reliable grip.
John Kranz all over the back of Larry Eaton now, so potentially a move coming.
Yeah, so it looks like Harley pulls out a bit of a gap down the straight and through the sweeper. But I think you'll see the gap for the lead here close back up as Jason is a little bit faster through the S's. And yeah, John Kranz now all over Larry for third. So I think he's going to try his patent outside manoeuvre here. Oh, he run a little bit wide. Oh, he's still going for it. No, here we go.
He's got it done.
Lovely move by John Kranz. Super smooth.
He's loving this.
Lots of confidence in that front end there.
And he's put it on the box. He's in third place.
And yes, as I thought, the gap at the front is basically reduced to none. So this will be interesting coming onto the straight now. We could see a move at the end of the straight should Jason Brown get a good run.
Eleanor Renton putting in a good ride as well behind the Abbey brothers. They're under pressure.
Yeah, so the gap definitely opened up down the straight there. It looks like Harley's bike has definitely been in a lot more drive. He's driving very well through the sweeper here, so we've got an interesting battle coming.
Okay, 3 laps remaining, so it's still there for the taking if Jason wants it, but Harley putting in a great effort leading this race. You reckon Larry Eaton's given up? I think he's still thinking that...
Yeah, I think Larry would just be trying to stay smooth and hang in there, try and capitalise on any potential mistakes here.
Well, the rain certainly stopped. Track's still damp, but...
lap times are around the minute 10 mark for the leaders, both of them lapping in the low minute 10s. And John Krantz, very impressive lap time from him. It's at a minute 11, so I don't think that's all that far off his dry times, to be honest. But we have a rider down at the top of the hill. Looks like he's just slid off there. It could well be Garth Newton, I believe.
I think it may be. Certainly a reddish-orange coloured bike.
He's got himself up and over the tyre wall, so thankfully he's on his feet.
Pretty easy place to lose the front over there on a slippery track as you crest the hill.
Now that's unfortunate. Let's hope nothing too badly damaged. You can get back out there.
No change at the front though. It's still Harley Phipps putting in a beautiful ride.
Yeah, he's definitely got into his rhythm now. It's like he's quite comfortable out there.
In fact, he set the fastest lap of the race last time through with a 1:08.
Wow, so he's dropped over a second there, so that's an impressive lap time. And John Kranz also well and truly gapped Larry now. Larry will definitely be settling for fourth. But John Kranz also lowering his lap time to down to the minute 10. And also having cut a few laps out here on the old 4-cylinder 250 is very similar to the bike John is on. They really are a fantastic bike in the wet, just being so smooth and obviously lacking in the power department somewhat. It kind of works to their advantage when the pace you can carry is quite similar to your dry pace.
Yeah, shame not to see you out there, Boyd. Why are you not out there?
I'll be back out there at some point. Just other things going on at the moment, but I I haven't cut too many laps around here recently.
The bike pulled up at the end of the start-finish straight. That may be Ben Boxhall, I think. Ben's on the 94 TZ250.
So we are on the last lap now, and the leader's coming around the top of the hill.
Another obvious or notable omission, Rob Scott. Where are you, Rob? I mean, why aren't you on the track? Not good enough. I'd be guessing Rob's got slicks fitted. Is that right? Yep.
Yeah, probably discretion the better part of valor here. When the clear blue skies coming through now, I think we're looking good to have dry track time for the rest of the day. Still some very light rain falling, but that'll be stopping very soon as the leader comes around now across the finish line. And what an excellent performance from Harley Phipps. Very, very smooth and consistent, and rode to the conditions and got the win. So
showing a bit of experience there, I think. He's been at it for a while now, and as you say, really, really impressive victory.
Yeah, he'll be well pleased with that, I'm sure. Great way to start the day. Get that first race over and done with on was definitely a drying track now. But I think our next round of races coming up, we'll still be a little bit nervous about the conditions out there.
Yeah, real shame that shower came through because it's made it pretty challenging for these guys. But great ride too from Jason Brown. Pretty new to road racing.
Yeah, impressive performance there. He didn't see any mistakes or near misses. So another one who rode to the conditions, rode quite well. And again, John Cran's in third place. Very, very good effort from him. Super smooth, good lap times. He'll be well pleased.
And let's not forget that Formula Basketball is a learning class. You and I are talking about how tricky this is, and between us we've got a bit of experience. These guys out there are learning road racing, so it really is a massive credit to them for putting in a ride like that. It's not easy.
Absolutely, yeah. It's we were only talking about it earlier. There's sort of the worst conditions is when it's sort of half wet, half dry, and thankfully it looks like it's that will hopefully be the last we'll see of that for at least for the time being. There's plenty of clear blue sky out there now, which we need the sun to come out and dry the track up a little bit. That'd be ideal.
Yeah, look, it's not that riding on a wet track is bad. It's those patchy conditions. You just don't know. It's hard in the pits to know what sort of tyres to put on. So often it's one wheel in, one wheel out. It's nice if it's one thing or the other, but I think almost unanimously people prefer a dry track.
Yes, I think we'll for the next race we'll probably start to see a dry line form, and yeah, the riders all coming in now, so we shouldn't be too far away from our next race on the program. What have we got next, Chris?
I think it's the look. I'm not going to say because I don't know.
Put you on the spot there a bit, didn't I?
I was going to guess at pre-modern superbike, pre-modern supersport, and golden era over 500, and I would have been right.
Yep.
But I get it wrong that often that I wasn't going to go there.
Now, we were only looking at the grid sheet for this race a little earlier, and it looks like we could be in for a good battle here. We have Bob Sellers on pole, did a 59 this morning, and he's riding a R1, I believe.
It is a Yamaha R1, yeah.
Yeah, so closely followed by Jason Wiley and James Ryan completing the front row. And Stuart Bugg also in there, and Stuart, another good campaigner who is pretty experienced out here now, and I think he will fancy himself in these conditions. So we could be in for another good battle here.
Look, if I had to put a bet down, I'd be going Jason Wiley. I think Jason loves these sort of conditions. He's on the older historic GSX R11, so he's not actually in the same class as the guys around him. Not that will hold him back because it's still a very competitive bike, and he's a very competitive rider. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But challenging. I don't think you'd be going out on wets now.
Yeah, definitely. The wets would be be overheating after a lap around here now. There's no standing water at all. In fact, I can even maybe perhaps see a few dry patches out there. So
Jason Wiley, wets or dries? Wet? Wet's he saying? Okay.
I don't see a whole lot of activity in the pits just yet. Looks like the guys are ready and primed ready for that buzzer.
It does make it difficult. It's a bit of a roll of the dice, really. As you said, the wets could overheat, the slicks could warm up and find some pace towards the end. I mean, we saw Larry Eaton out there, we believe, on slicks. Now, he didn't win the race, but he certainly got round pretty confidently. So, bit of sunshine too. That might sway things.
Yeah, I think the smart move here would just probably be run whatever's in your bike at the time, because there's definitely no time to change them. If you're on the wets, then it's going to be a case of you'll be able to go very, very quickly, but you'll have no tyres left by the end of the race. But riding on wets on a dry track is not a very nice feeling when they start to overheat and squirm around everywhere. It's a bit of an odd feeling, really. It almost feels like you've got flat tyres as they sort of, especially on the front when you brake and turn into the corner. But the sun's well and truly shining now. This track's going to dry very quickly.
Well, it's going to favour somebody. It's I think, as you say, it's pretty much a case of roll out with what's in your bike, and some there'll be winners and losers as a result of that.
Yeah, definitely feel for the riders here now who probably there's been a few who've just finished putting wets into their bike and now they will be pulling them straight back out again. Oh dear.
Yes, but don't let us sway you. If you've got wets in, keep them in. We're not out there. We're only
it's the luxury of being in the commentary box. We get to see everything going on quite clearly, and clear blue skies is the report from up here. It's looking like a totally different day all of a sudden, which is good.
Definitely the sweeper here in front of us is starting to dry, but it's not dry. It's starting to dry.
Oh, yes, so that's right, we had to pick up at the top of the hill there as Garth is making his way back in the parade bus down the straight. And, let's hope he can get that thing straightened out and back out on track for round 2 coming up soon.
Garth, having recently switched back from 2-stroke, because I think he was having a very bad run with 2 strokes, and now he's had a bad run with the 4-stroke. So.
Yeah. Yes, he didn't have much luck at all. With his very nicely presented RGV, and had a good couple of years of trouble-free running with that, and then I don't know what happened, but it was enough to make him see the light, and go to something probably a little bit less temperamental, we'll say.
Yeah, there's no doubt the 2-strokes are a lot of fun, but you do have to put a lot more care into getting the tuning out of them at race level.
Indeed, yeah, they're a lot harder work. When you've got a bike, you can just press the button and away you go. It definitely increases the fun factor for a lot of people, but I think you'd agree with me, Chris, in that when you ride a 2-stroke that's on song and everything's working, that really probably is one of the best experiences in motorcycling. Right.
Without a doubt.
And that's why we still see them at club level events like this, even though the 2-strokes sort of long gone and a national and international stage. That there'll always be the die-hard 2-strokes out there, 2-stroke riders, and the people who just can't get enough of them.
Yeah, there's a reason why people keep talking about the old 500 GP days. They're certainly not anywhere near as fast as we have these days, but they just had so much personality and character about them, and they were so hard to ride because of the peaky power and no bottom end, and they were so light. Big combination of things. Rod and I often talk about those 500cc days. Remember them very fondly, but certainly some great racing came out of that period.
Well, riders now making their way to pit lane, so we're not far off a start here.
Well, I can only see Oscar O'Donovan on wets. James Ryan on wets. We've got Bob Sellers on slicks.
Definitely slick rear.
Martin Long, slicks. Matt Coward, wets.
Peter Belchambers is on wets. So we've got quite a mix here.
Don Fenton on wets. Now, Jason Wiley has...
he has slicks.
He has slicks, so...
well, we're definitely going to find out what the winning combination is here pretty quickly, I think. Although we could be in for... how many laps have we got here?
It should be 8.
8-lap race? Well, this could be interesting. We may well see the wet runners take off quickly at the start and be reeled in. So this could be quite exciting. I think it could go either way, this one. Track definitely looking quite dry out there now. Still a lot of wet patches. So slick riders will still have to exercise caution, especially coming around these quick corners. The sweeper onto the straight and onto coming around Calvin's there can be a bit dicey with the wet patches and the off camber. So very interesting here.
Of course, what you said earlier, Boyd, with slicks you still have to keep some temperature in them.
Indeed, yeah. The sun's still out, but that's definitely going to help these guys. And such a good mix of machines here too. Definitely bikes of my era. We like the 90s bikes.
They made some fantastic bikes during the 90s. Big steps forward in technology during that period.
Yeah, and there's certainly a real resurgence in people wanting to own and ride these bikes now. I think modern bikes have become so advanced and so clinical and so good that I think there's a bit of something missing that these 90s bikes with their crude electronics and carburetors even that people sort of are drawn to now for a bit more of a just involving experience, I guess.
You're starting to sound like an old fella.
I am indeed, aren't I?
But I couldn't agree with you more because I'm an old fella as well. But I think you're right that these old bikes might not do everything right, but there is that sense of they give you that personality. They've got their own characteristic, and they don't do everything perfectly, but there's still a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, having said that, I think in these conditions, traction control would probably be a wonderful thing, but certainly none of these guys have that benefit out there at the moment.
So the challenge here is going to be for the guys on wets to make the most of the first few laps, and the guys on slicks to make the most of the last few laps. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
Now, I talked about Stuart Bug earlier, but we don't see him on the grid, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Well, we're about ready for a start. Red light is on. Jason Wiley gets away, I think, the best, right next to Bob Sellers. Peter Belchambers came through well. So too Don Fenton on the wets. I think Don's on, yes.
James Ryan completely missed the start there. He's found himself mid-pack, but he's on wets, so watch for him. Oh, around the outside, he's just basically passed the entire field around the outside. So
yes,
and he's now in the lead. So there you go. That's the difference.
So James in the lead on wets. Right behind him is Jason Wiley on the slicks, and then we've got Don Fenton on the wets. So exactly what we said, Boyd. The guys on the wets finding a way to the front quickly.
Yeah, I think what you were saying about Jason Wiley, he is on the slicks.
Oh, someone's down.
Oh, well, we've got someone down. Oh, we got 2 down. So someone's lost it quite a long way out of the corner there. Was that Jason Wiley on the slicks?
Well, they're coming down the straight.
No.
Jason's still up.
Still upright. Okay, that was a very interesting place to crash there.
I don't know that we have Bob Sellers, do we? So we've got James Ryan, Don Fenton, Jason Wiley, Martin Long, David Coward, Karen Webb. Actually, Bob's still up. It looks like he's touring and coming in. So that leaves Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah. Gee, it's hard to tell from here. But at this stage, no red flag. The yellow flag is out. Both riders are up and walking. So we may well see the race continue here. And it might be, I think it must be Oscar O'Donovan who has ended up sort of halfway between Suckers and Calvin's. It was a very unusual place to crash. I would imagine that he's probably lit it up under power and had it seesaw a couple of times and then spit him off. So, yeah,
could be Peter Belchambers as well, perhaps.
I think you might be right there. It's definitely a whitish coloured bike. So.
Now, I don't know if they're separate incidents or maybe they came together through the corner. But look, back at the front, Don Fenton has got the better of James Ryan now.
These guys are looking fast. They're definitely not hanging around.
Jason Wiley has been dropped off a bit, but the track is continuing to dry. So,
So first flying lap, the roughly 3 seconds faster than Jason at this stage. We have a bike stopped on the pit straight here. I'm not sure what's going on.
So red flag.
Yeah, we have a red flag. Well, it's a bit of a shame, but we'll give these guys a chance to regroup. And I imagine we'll see a restart to this race. Not really sure. There's a bit of a, unless there's been another incident somewhere. I think they may have decided just to stop this one and pick these bikes up then a little bit, maybe perhaps a little bit too close to the racing line there, where they're on the outside of the track.
Yeah, very hard to see from here where the bikes are actually sitting, but that may well be it, Boyd. Particularly on a slightly damp corner where other bikes could potentially crash.
And could indeed even be something on the surface there, maybe a bit of a slippery patch. As we've had 3 bikes now to go down in that corner, so they may well go up there and have a look and just make sure that there's nothing on the track there causing these issues.
All right, well, why don't we just take a quick break, Boyd, while the recovery vehicle's out. We'll be back in a few minutes as soon as racing resumes. Okay, so bikes now heading back out, or about to head back out on the dummy grid. In between time, quick change of co-commentator. Boyd's gone for a bit of a wander around the pits to get an update, and in the meantime, somebody you're all familiar with, welcome back to the commentary box, Rod Garrett.
Yeah, g'day Chris. G'day everybody. I've just popped in to say hello to a few people and get roped in to help out. I'm more than happy to do it.
Well, you missed the beginnings of a really good race there, where half the field were on wets, half on slicks. It was shaping up really well, but unfortunately we had a couple of riders go down up there at Suckers. Both riders are okay, being Peter Bell-Chambers and Oscar O'Donovan. Fingers crossed they'll both be back out, because they both look to be okay, and certainly their bikes don't look too bad. So fingers crossed we'll see them back out later in the day.
Yeah, I can see Peter Bell-Chambers there, just getting his bike up on the rear stand, and he looks like he's perfectly okay. So I can't see Oscar from here, but I'm sure he's fine.
Now, what's interesting is Don Fenton, who was leading that race at the red flag.
He did have wets on, I noticed.
He did have wets, and now he's got slicks. So I think most of those that were able to change to another bike.
Yeah, definitely, Chris. I think at the start of the race it was probably questionable whether wets were going to be the right choice, but definitely now it's a dry track for sure.
Well, Jason Wiley was out there on slicks for the start of the last race. He was holding down third position, but certainly wets were the tyre to be on initially, and the track was drying. So what we're looking forward to is seeing how the guys on slicks would have come through as the track dried. But now, as you say, Rod, I think it's largely dry. Certainly no place for wets out there now.
Look, the end of the straight, quite often, Chris, as we know, we get a few standing puddles there, but that looks pretty good. You can still see a little bit of damp sort of sections there, but ultimately it's not going to be a problem.
What's going to be interesting here is James Ryan, who was in the thick of it race one. Now, has he had time to change to slicks, because he was on wets now?
Yes, looks like slick tyres, Chris.
Good stuff. I did get a message from our clerk, of course, to say they were going to wait 10 minutes so the guys could change, but I think that might be an old message for the previous race. But anyway, looking over the field, I think just about all.
I'm trying to work out where Don Fenton, Chris, is he starting from the rear of the grid, or is that not Don?
He is.
Oh no, here he is. No.
Oh, hang on, I got the wrong bike. So Don Fenton is going to be starting from pit lane.
Okay.
I was looking at Michael Webb. I was thinking it was Don Fenton.
Okay.
Both on red.
Both Webb racing bikes.
Yep. Now Don's going to have to start from the dummy grid.
So I'm not sure what's happened there, whether they had to change wheels or whether there was a machine ready to go, but that's definitely going to have a big dent on his aspirations for this race. Real
shame not to see Bob Sellers out there too on the Yamaha R1. But it looks like we're about ready for a start. Red light is on. Racing, it's Jason Wiley who gets away beautifully on the old GSX R11, but Stuart Bugg this time lining up. Was an absentee for start of race one.
And James Ryan there looking to come around the outside of both of them. It's a big move into turn two.
But Stuart Bugg actually will hold the lead, yes, from Jason Wiley, from James Ryan.
James Ryan there looking very keen to get past the guys very quickly.
Yeah, you don't want to give Jason Wiley too much of a head start.
Definitely not. Definitely not. That old GSX R11, she's got plenty of poke in a straight line, and Jason does ride it very well.
Yeah, James Ryan passed Stuart Bugg now as they head down into Calvin's. Field starting to sort itself out.
This will be interesting to see the FZR 1000, to see what sort of legs it has against the GSXR ahead of it.
I'd actually think the GSXR's probably got the wood on it.
It looks like it does.
I think James's FZR is unimproved, and I know that Jason's GSXR 11 has had a fair bit of work.
Certainly, James Ryan though in second place is actually catching Jason Wiley. He's looking very, very fast through the sweeper, and look at that into turn two, Chris. He's made up about 4 or 5 bike lengths there.
Yeah, look, he's certainly on the better machine. The FZR 1000 is light years ahead, leaps and bounds ahead of the old GSXR 11.
Certainly in steering department and probably in brakes.
Yeah, the 1100 was really a touring bike, more so than an outright sports bike.
Sports touring, actually.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's right.
They were a comfy old girl to ride on the road. I did have the pleasure of riding one time.
course, Jason coming back from injury as well, so that may be playing a factor. But right now, Jason does have his hands full because you've got James Ryan breathing down his neck all over his back wheel. Stuart Boak holding on to third.
Can't make out who's in fourth
I
place.
think that's Martin Long, is it?
It is Martin Long, according to
That's
the
a
timing.
nice ride for Martin.
And James Ryan here through the sweeper. He's very, very quick, and he's gaining 2 or 3 bike lengths. And into turn 1, very, very similar there, but he's very quick into turn 2. So I think he's going to have there's a potential overtaking manoeuvre here for James Ryan somewhere towards the end of the race.
Yeah, where that's going to be, don't know. Jason, we know, fights his turf pretty seriously.
James Ryan there once again, very good run off the bottom of the hill, showing some good speed up the hill. But once again, Jason Wiley, he's very good on the brakes, and he's got very good lines into the corners there.
Be great to see the acceleration down the back straight this time, Rod.
Yeah, we've got a great view of it here. We've got the Tilford Auto Group bridge sort of just obscuring our run onto the straight, but they're neck and neck here. And it does look like the G6R has that little bit more acceleration. Also, different gearing too, Chris. We got, I believe, are they both 5 speeds, or is the FZR a 6?
The FZR is 6, I believe. But certainly the 11's not. It's a 5-speed.
Once again, James Ryan there into turn 1. Very, very quick. Showing great speed and looking around the outside into turn 2 again. That's a long way there. It's a long way around there.
He's got good pace through the S's, hasn't he?
He certainly does. And also getting off the bottom of the hill very well as well. And that just could be a difference in the gearing between the 5 and the 6-speed, if that's the difference in the bikes.
Did notice Michael Webb re-entering the pits. Not sure what happened there. Don Fenton paying for the start from pit lane. He's in 5th place, but a long way back, 15 seconds behind the leader. Yes. Karen Webb having a lonely ride.
James Ryan here. Oh, great move there. James Ryan, very late on the brakes, and he's gone up the inside there of Jason Wilde into the straight. And Jason Wilde there looking to challenge around the sweeper. James Ryan's been very quick through here today so far. Showing a clean pair of heels there, Chris, and looking really good to hopefully hold it to the line.
Well, this is where he's had the pace through the S's. So
one thing about Jason Wilde, though, he'll never give up. And now James Ryan's gone ahead. It'll light a fuse in Jason's riding, and he's going to push to the very, very limit.
Yeah, now Jason's got, oh, look at the extra speed, the old 11 up the hill. Unbelievable.
He got a great drive off the bottom of the hill there. Just powered past James Ryan.
You couldn't have described that any better, Rod. It certainly did light a fire, and it also allowed Jason to see where he may have been a little bit slower than James.
Once again, let's see if James Ryan, he was about this far back on the last lap, and he pulled a very, very good out-braking manoeuvre, but looks this time like he's maybe 4 or 5 bike lengths too far back. Definitely looking strong on the brakes. We'd certainly be running out of laps.
What are we down to? 4 laps to go. Okay. About to be 3 laps to go.
Looks like Jason Wiley has picked the pace up.
Well, last time through, quickest lap of the race, 57.81. So that did the job. It certainly lit a fire under.
The old eyes would have been lit up when James went past him. He's like, right, we know what Jason's like. He'll fight to the end. And now he's actually starting to gap James Ryan. He's probably got it out to 3 or 4 tenths now.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's like he's put an extra plug lead on it. She's away now. Yeah,
no, he's definitely put the hammer down. He's now pulled it out to probably a second, maybe a second and a half.
Maybe a team manager, Bill Newton, was telling him he had to look after the engine. And now he's...
he said, bugger that, I want to win. And another fastest lap, I think. Oh, no, not... Yes?
What is it? 50...
Oh, no, very, very close to it.
Very close, yeah.
Very close. I don't have... I do have reading material. James Ryan's best lap, he's a full 58.7 for James Ryan. And that last stripe, Chris, a 57.8 for Jason Wiley, and James Ryan a 59.18. So that's a big difference in the lap times there.
Yeah, James probably left wondering. He's saying, hang on.
What have I done wrong?
You held me up a moment ago, and now I can't keep up with you.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, the ball game's changed considerably now. So that leads out to, must be over 2 seconds by now. Probably approaching 3 seconds.
I think you're right.
Last lap board is about to be shown for Jason Wiley.
.58.2, so he's rolled out of it a little bit. But
59.2 for still a full second quicker than James Ryan on that last lap.
Yeah, James has waved the white flag there, but still on for third and fourth between Stuart Bugg and Martin Long. What can Martin Long do about this, if anything?
Well, Martin, we've seen Martin in the past do some pretty big moves on the last lap. No doubt he's a bit like Jason Wiley. He's very, very committed and motivated. Wouldn't be surprised to see him have a good crack at Stuart Bugg, but Stuart's no mug here.
Nah, he probably got a bit of extra straight line speed as well on the 750 versus the 600 behind him.
Yeah, possibly, but two different eras of motorcycles as well. So anyway, Jason Wiley just breaking into the straight, about to take the checkered flag. A very good win in the end there, Chris. Definitely stretched the legs out over James Ryan.
Did very well with a quickest time of 57.81.
Just going to get the door, Chris. Hang on.
And Martin Long certainly trying to get the better of Stuart Bugg, but not quite. Finishes right on his back tyre. So great battle there between the two of them. Don Fenton not able to make up the ground, lost from the start from pit lane. Don's quickest time being a 59.84, so probably not fast by his standards. Maybe the change to a different machine, assuming that was the bike with the dry tyres. I don't know. Only Don knows the answer to that, but certainly a good race. That brings to an end race 2 for the day. Unfortunately, it would seem that the weather is dry. Still a bit of cloud around. Certainly a breeze blowing.
It's got quite cool, that breeze too, and it's the typical breeze that comes across sort of left to right across the track.
Yeah, it's not strong, but certainly you look around the flags and the marquees, there's a bit of a breeze. I don't think it's causing him any problems yet. So what's up next, Rod?
We've got the extra special commentator here, Chris, having a drink of coffee. What is up next? I haven't seen the program, naturally not being here until 20 minutes ago.
Big field of Lights GP and Lights production.
Oh, that's always entertaining.
It is entertaining. Josh Vanderputten being our fastest qualifier this morning. He's always exciting to watch on 125 GP bike.
He does ride them very well. He looked very good yesterday in mixed conditions.
Yeah, and then Taron Ocean right behind him, who's always spectacular to watch.
Yeah, Taron's been riding well too, and doesn't seem to be crashing as much as he used to.
No, he probably found out it's expensive and painful.
Maybe he's just grown up a little. I don't know.
No. And Chad Wiley, the fastest of the production bikes, only just ahead of Chloe Honeychurch.
Right.
Chloe riding very, very well.
And was the qualifying this morning dry or wet for the lights?
You put me on the spot there. I can't remember. I think it was damp patches.
Okay.
So bikes.
Chris, I just got to ask you a question. As I was walking in today, I did hear you mention something about 500cc. You mentioned my name.
Yeah. Look, Boyd and I were just talking about two-stroke, and I was saying that people often fondly remember the 500cc two-stroke era, and I was saying that you and I often recall that in our commentary, and it was an exciting era of GP racing.
Certainly was, and like you, did get to see them live at the GP, Phillip Island. Certainly very spectacular motorcycles to see live. Very quiet. I remember being amazed how quiet they were compared to, say, the 125s. But certainly very fast.
Yeah, it's not to say that modern GP is not exciting or fast or any of those things at all, but the 500 is quite unique. They didn't have much in the way of electronic aids.
Zero electronics for the engine control.
Other than the spark plug. But renowned for being very difficult bikes to ride. They were light. They had a savage top end on them, and very, very hard to use their power.
Very hard to use the power. And one thing that was crucial on a 500, unlike a modern bike, was the setup. If they weren't set up correctly, especially with the gearing, they were virtually unrideable because of the way the power was delivered. If it was coming in at the wrong time on the lean angle exiting a corner, you were sent to the moon. High side city.
Yeah, and look, watching them live, it was heart and mouth the whole time. These guys, their talent was so much more on display than they are with modern bikes with the electronic aids. And again, it's not to take away the ability of the guys at the front today. It's still...
Oh, absolutely. It's just different eras, different motorcycles. Yeah. And, once again, there's an old saying in racing, the cream always rises to the top. And you take the top riders of today and put them on the old bikes, they'd still be the top riders, on the older bikes. And same with the riders of yesterday's era, they'd still be the ones at the front.
Absolutely.
They've just got something that that the rest of us don't have. So
you just, I think, my point is that on the old 500s, it was more obvious, I guess, how much rider input was going into it. It was there, and that's why I say your heart was in your mouth watching it. You're so in awe of the way they used to ride.
And those bikes were, if you look back at the statistics, like the bike stats anyway, they're very light. Prior to 1990, they were 115 kilos. Could you imagine riding a 170, 180 horsepower motorcycle away to 115 kilos with a 2,500 RPM wide power band? Can't be easy, or wouldn't have been easy. So
no, absolutely.
I remember they dulled them down for 91. They went to 130 kilos, but that's still lighter than most 2-stroke 250 road bikes. So very, very exciting machines. Anyway, let's back to the future. Here we have the Lights Production and Lights GP bikes just coming to grid up for the start of their race.
Yeah, always an exciting race to watch, as you said, Rod. There's always good battles throughout the field. Big field here today.
Great to see a production bike on the front row.
Yeah, Chad Wiley, very, very impressive, riding it well. His dad just having taken the victory in the previous race, so hopefully Chad can make it 2 from 2 for the family. I think outright, though, Josh Vanderputten on bike 93 will be the man to beat.
What will be interesting here, I'm tipping that the 400 there on the far right-hand side of the circuit will be the leader into turn 1, but notoriously the 125 GP bikes on front row were very hard to get off the line. But we're about to get a start. Lights are on, and once a great start there. And as I said, the 400 is going to take the lead into turn 1, closely followed by the 125 GP bikes.
Yeah, Josh Vanderputten got away beautifully there. In fact, we'll round up with Chad Wiley. Yes, he does, and so too Taryn Ocean.
Taryn Ocean should go around the outside, down through the S's.
Chloe Honeychurch got away well. She's in 4th place. That's Reese Tan in 5th. Probably Dane Griggs there on the KTM.
Just goes to show the agility of those little 125s there, Chris. They're so fast through the corners, and the production bike has no ability at all to combat them down through turns 2 and 3.
No, absolutely. You're spot on there, Rod. I think importantly at the front,
it's Josh Vanderputten, and he looks like he's showing his true speed here. He's pulling away from Taryn Ocean, but we know Taryn will dig deep, and Taryn's very, very good on the brakes at the end of the straight here.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be an ask for Taryn. He likes to take on a challenge, but getting the better of Josh Vanderputten here is going to be a big ask. Chad Wiley, beautiful riding there in 3rd place. Got a number of GP bikes behind him. Just goes to show how much he's improving.
Yep, absolutely. And doesn't matter what bike you're on here. If you've got good cornering lines and you're carrying your corner speed, it's a good way to make a fast lap time at Basketball Raceway.
Chloe Honeychurch continues to impress me. She doesn't have a lot of experience around basketball, but she's holding that second place in the lights production class, heading Dane Griggs, who's quite a seasoned campaigner now.
Very seasoned campaigner. Dane's been running around here for a long time now. Going back to early days of Brett Simmons racing, I think Dane was running around then. So
pretty much status quo at the front. I think Taran Ocean doing a really good job. Maybe even closed down a little bit on Josh. Let's have a look. Last time through, it was 0.86 of a second difference. 0.99, so very, very similar. But importantly, Taran's still in the contest.
So Taran Ocean, as usual, very, very quick into turn 2. Holds a lot of good corner speed there. But his compatriot ahead of him is equally up for the task. So Josh van der Putten's very, very fast around Baskerville on a little 125 GP bike.
Look, Taran not a small guy now. Like he's reasonably tall and filled out pretty well. So riding a little bike, he's at a bit of a disadvantage.
Well, he's had a big disadvantage on when you look at the machines they're on. Taran would probably be, I'm guessing, 10 or 15 or more kilos heavier than Josh ahead of him. So he's got to work very hard, and also being a bigger rider, he needs to tuck in and get as much body out of the air as possible. You can see when you look at the two riders coming past here how much smaller Josh van der Putten is.
So has the gap changed? It was 0.99 last time through, 1.18. So little by little, Josh van der Putten is actually eking out a gap. But further back, look at this. We've got Nathaniel Green going around the outside of Chloe Honeychurch, two different classes, but it just goes to show the job that Chloe's doing to be holding off the likes of Nathan Green on a GP bike.
And she's having a look up the inside there into turn 2. She's like, no, you're holding me up here. So she's riding fantastically well.
Got a fair bit of dad in her, I think.
Yes, I'm sure that's a good... Yes, definitely, Chris.
Yep, and that's a respect to her dad, Scott, because Scott is a very, very capable campaigner in Superbike and has raced many years in different classes.
It's back of the leaders. It does look like Taran Ocean's made a bit of ground there on Josh van der Putten.
Well, I say that at that point of the track every time round. So let's have a look. 0.94, you're right, Rod. Your eyes are better than mine. He's actually closed it down.
Oh, Taran Ocean through turn 1 there. He was absolutely on the limit there. Ran it a little bit wide. He looked like he might have had a bit of a rear end slip out of turn 1. You don't often see on a little 125 GP bike.
I think he probably has lost a bit of ground there. I think you called that well, Rod.
Looks like there he had another issue there coming out of the bottom of the hill. So he's either trying extremely hard or something's going odd with the back tyre. I don't know. It looked like it was plunging quite a bit there through suspension.
This battle further back with in 4th place, you got Nathan Green holding off Reese Tan, Chloe Honeychurch and Dane Griggs. Nothing at all between them, and the combination of production bikes and GP bikes.
Yeah, it's certainly very busy when you look back through the field. Looks like Taran Ocean is looking very, very quick there coming into the sweeper.
Lap time wise, what are they doing? High 59. So look, it tells me that the track's probably not there because these guys have gone faster than that previously.
They certainly have. It's still very cool outside and it's quite gusty, so definitely not the best conditions for going fast. But
without a doubt, Taran has not given this away. He's still chasing absolutely at 100%.
Yes, Taran's certainly very quick into all the corners and looks like he's making up ground around the circuit, especially in the twistier part. He's as close as he's been, Chris, now coming onto the back straight. And it's going to be interesting here, into the braking at the end of the back straight here to see what he does. He's close enough almost to have a go here.
Big shout out too for Chad Wiley, holding down 3rd place outright.
And here we go. Look at this, Chris. Taran Ocean, he's right on the curtails of Josh van der Putten. There can't be too many laps to go.
No, 2 laps.
Wouldn't be surprised here to see him have a go into turn 2. He's very quick into turn 2, Taran Ocean.
Yeah. He's
definitely had a look. He's definitely had a look, but that would have been a very, very big move to come from that far back.
That's right. There's not a lot of gap there. Josh is very tight through that entry to turn 2. It's going to be hard for him.
Well,
maybe under brakes, Rod, at the end of the straight.
I'm going to tip Taryn for the win here. I'm going to put it out there. I think Taryn's going to come through. He's looking very, very strong in the right part of the race.
Yeah, I think you could be right because there won't be a lot of opportunity for Josh to
Here we go. Look at this.
Back.
They're right, locked together now into the braking area. And Taryn Ocean, he's gone round the outside there. He's going to hold him into the braking marker. He's done a great job.
There's enough of the race left, though, that Josh will be able to respond.
He might wake up Josh Van der Putten like Jason Wiley was woken up in the previous race.
Thinking the same thing, Rod?
He's having a bit of a grab of his visor there. Maybe he's got a helmet issue, Josh Van der Putten. You don't certainly want that on the last lap. Taryn Ocean there, running a little bit wide, pushing hard into turn 2.
He's doing an outstanding job. I mean, to pull in the likes of Josh Van der Putten with over a second gap, credit to Taryn Ocean. What a ride.
And Taryn Ocean, on that last lap too, he did the fastest lap of the race so far. I can't quite read it, so I don't have my glasses.
Now, there is a back marker coming up. That could be a factor.
A 59.13, so still a bit off what we know they can do, but
I think Taryn's got this. I think you might have called it perfectly, Rod.
He's definitely got it, unless there's a mistake here. We're running out of corners. So Taryn Ocean, a fantastic ride there from Taryn Ocean to come back from more than a second down, to come through and take the win from Josh Van der Putten. And we look for third place, which would be the first of the production bikes still, which would be Chad Wiley.
Well, that's third outright, of course.
Third outright and first for production. So a great ride from Chad Wiley.
Yeah, look, and that's as impressive to be doing that on a production bike. And yeah, Chad's pretty new to racing. What a great ride. Nathaniel Green going through in third place for the GP class from Reece Tan. Chloe Honeychurch second of the production bikes from Dane Griggs. Mark Young getting the better of Larry Eaton.
Larry's on the motard. It's be interesting. Have you ever ridden a motard, Chris?
No.
I've never ridden one. What about you, Boyd? Something I reckon that'd be interesting to ride around here. You know, fond memories of watching the CR500 racing around here. Trying to think of the rider's name. I've got a mental blank. Julian Winlow.
Yeah, Julian.
Yeah, on the CR500s. They look like a very entertaining bike to ride around here, to say the least.
Bit of visor fogging for Josh Van der Putten.
Okay,
he's just indicating to us. So
it's enough to just to take your focus away from what you've got to do to concentrate to win.
Oh, look, it can be terrible. You know, if you, particularly in the head of a battle like that, if you can't see very well.
No, definitely not a good thing.
But look, credit to both those guys. You know, highest level racing. It's fantastic to watch. And back to your comment before, Rod, about Taryn used to visit the tarmac a little bit too often. Hasn't he come of age?
He's certainly been riding, let's say, smarter, but certainly keeping it upright a lot more and still running very competitively.
Well, we might just have a really quick break, Rod, before we get into our Tas Supersport race.
Yep, well, I'll be handing back to Boyd. So I've got the family here, so we won't be far off heading away. Once the Superbike race is on, we've got a few things to do, but it's nice to fill in for a little while.
Thanks for joining us, Rod.
Hope everyone has a good day.
Enjoyed it. Okay, back to it. Boyd's nicely delivered us a few coffees to keep us going. Thanks, Boyd.
No worries, Chris.
Thanks, Rod.
Refueled and ready to go.
And ready for Tas Supersport. Always one of my favourites. I know true to your, or close to your heart, Boyd. You've done a lot of racing in Supersport over the years.
Yeah, Supersport is fantastic class for this track. You can really ride them to the fullest, and whereas a superbike you've almost got to hold back a little bit, and so much more physically draining. The 600 you can ride the wheels off it, and it's a really fun experience because they're still a very fast motorcycle.
They're not that much slower than a superbike around a track like this, are they? It's probably lack
right.
that little bit of drive off corners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, back when I was racing 600, we were usually racing with the superbikes, and most of the track you could hang with them. It was really only down the straight where they'd gap you. But yeah, usually nice close racing in this class. Got some pretty well experienced campaigners out there, and these guys have raced with each other for a long time now, so they all sort of know each other, they know their tricks, and I think the start here is going to be absolutely crucial.
Man to beat's probably Mitchell Hawksley on bike 52, second fastest qualifier. Jesse Woods got pole position this morning. Jesse's a very capable campaigner, but we are ready for a start. We're about to find out. Red light is on, racing, and it's Jesse Woods who gets away the best, I think. Marcus Delaney coming through from the second row will pick up second position from Mitchell Hawksley, from Jono Hughes. Can't pick who that is in fourth there. I don't know if you can pick that up. It's Chad Wiley, Boyd. It is on the...
Yes, indeed, yes. So all the main players have got away close together.
Jesse Woods in the lead. Those fluoro boots eyes pick up.
Jesse with a nice run there through turn 4. Small gap heading up the hill, and good to see Marcus get away well. Sometimes he struggles a bit off the line, but can sometimes if you get the bad start and you get a little bit of a gap on the first lap, it can be very difficult to close that back down. But look, he's looking very racy here. In fact, he's going for the lead.
Yeah, he must have got a very good run onto the straight because he... that's a big lunge under brakes from Mitch Hawksley. Yeah. I thought he was actually going to run up the back of someone there.
Yeah, he had to take a little bit of evasive action there, I think. He's pulled out of it, though, and right back on Jesse's hammer.
Yeah, maybe a run up the inside. Yes, he does. Up the inside of Jesse Woods into turn 1. So Mitchell Hawksley straight through into P2.
Like brave on the cold tyres there. We saw the bike squirming a little bit. But he's got a nice run through turn 2, and the top 4 have closed right back up again.
Jono Hughes still on the tail of Jesse Woods, but the lead two, being Marcus Delaney and Mitchell Hawksley, have started to gap them a little bit.
These two, certainly no strangers to running close together. And it's good to see Marcus getting the edge here a little bit. I know he's followed the tail very, very closely of Mitch for probably more laps than he'd like around here and at Simmons Plains. So getting out in front, and I think if he can, he's looking very, very good down the straight, quite strong on the brakes. This is going to be a real battle here.
Speaking of strong on the brakes, look at Mitch. He's dynamite down there on the brakes.
Mitch is definitely a demon on the brakes. He's very difficult to pass because he brakes so late and so aggressively. So can he translate that into putting a move on?
Jono Hughes just put a move on. Jesse Woods. Jesse relegated to 4th place now.
Nice move by Jono there, looking very smooth as always.
Great to see David Bartels up there as well. He's in 5th place, still in touch with the leaders.
Sort of quietly closed them down a little bit here. A little bit more battling up front might bring him right back into this.
Chad Wiley heading Josh Rees in the second group.
Yeah, a bit of a second group forming there as well. A couple of riders right behind them. Matt Carey and Martin Long.
But still, Marcus Delaney, he gets a great run through Calvin's there. We saw that as he went past Jesse Woods a couple of laps back.
Yeah, his bike is obviously working very well. Tyres hooking up nicely. Track fully dry now. Temperature-wise, it's probably a little colder than they'd like, but I think conditions are almost ideal out there at the moment.
Lap times 56.72, quickest lap last time round, quickest lap of the race that is. So
both our leaders posting near identical times there. So the battle's really on here.
Both riders returning from racing at Phillip Island last weekend. Both having done very, very well, lapping in the low 40s, which is not a bad time for a 600 when you're not familiar with the racetrack.
Yeah, very different track, Phillip Island, to this one too. But these guys knowing their way around here very well, they've got down to very fast lap times pretty quickly.
good thing about racing in that sort of company is it does tend to stretch you a bit. So you come back to a racetrack like this and you do feel like you can touch your limits a bit more confidently.
Yes, it must be a big advantage on those who've had the full wind to break. Probably first time back on the bike for a while. Mitch with a bit better run around the sweeper that time. He's sort of right on Marcus' hammer this lap.
John Hughes still doing a good job in third place. He's a couple of seconds behind, but lap time wise, only 0.3 of a second off. In fact, Mitch Hawks has got the fastest lap of the race, has he? 56.55.
Yeah, he dropped a couple of tenths there and to bring right back into the fight. So it's be interesting here to see to run onto the straight. So they crest the top of the hill now.
I'll still be picking Mitch at this stage for the win. I think he's had a good opportunity to size up Marcus. He can see where he may be able to put a move on. I don't think he's going to be in any hurry to do that.
Marcus again with that excellent drive down the straight. It's going to make it. It's going to have to be a very big move by Mitch to put it on down at the end of the straight. I think right now he'd be sizing up his options to pass elsewhere. An excellent run around the sweeper by Marcus too. He's looking very, very good out there.
Yes, he's been at it a while now too, Boyd. What would you say? Marcus has been 3 years?
As we say it, yep, there's the move at turn 2. Mitch has slipped up the inside to take the lead. So can Marcus regroup here? He's got that speed down the straight. He'll need to stay right on his hammer here.
It'll take a big effort because what I've seen of Mitch is he doesn't give up P1 easily. He'll fight straight back as soon as somebody puts a move on him. So hopefully Marcus is up to the task. He now gets an opportunity to have a look at Mitch and see where he may be able to find a bit of extra time.
Yes, it's going to be a big ask, I think. Mitch very late on the brakes. And they peel through the sweeper now. Marcus still right in it though. I think he'd be feeling pretty good out there by the looks of it. Oh, brilliant run onto the straight.
Yeah, you're right about that. He's certainly got extra pace on Mitch over the start-finish line, but Mitch is so strong into one.
Yes, it always makes good battles when we've got two riders that are placed in similar lap times, but stronger in different parts of the track. So really still could go either way, this one.
And Jesse Wood's still close enough to John Hughes that there might be an opportunity there for him. David Bartell's having a bit of a lonely ride back in 5th place. Leaders onto the back straight, about to, I think, lap Ryan Shen. It looks like he actually might be retiring. He's only coasting.
Yeah, Jesse's definitely closing in on Jono now. So still 2 battles at the front of the field here.
Last lap board up, so now or never for Marcus Delaney. It's not like he's breathing all over the back of Mitch. I think it's going to be a tough ask from here, Boyd.
I think so.
But I tell you what, Jesse Woods, one more lap, I think, and he might have been close enough.
Well, he's definitely got the bit between the teeth here. A good run up the hill, and could be on for a move before the finish line. Leaders coming back around the top now. Marcus still within breathing distance, but I think it's going to take a big move down the straight here.
Oh, Jesse Woods right on the back wheel of John Hughes coming onto the back straight. Maybe a braking move coming up at the end of the back straight. Keep an eye on this. Marcus Delaney, I don't think can do much about Mitch Hawksley, but Jesse Woods, what about John Hughes? Maybe a run over the start-finish line, Boyd. Can't do it under brakes. But Mitch Hawksley will take the win just for Marcus Delaney. And John Hughes will actually hold out Jesse Woods.
Great ride by Jono there. He held his nerve, kept the pace very consistent. And the next rider's coming around now. Another good battle here forming between these 3. Oh, a big lunge right at the finish there by David Bartels.
Yeah, he's actually lapping Ryan Chen, Boyd.
Okay, Ryan was still on track. But in very, very close company there, though, with Josh Rees.
That's right, yeah.
I think perhaps Josh would have got the shorter end of the stick there with the back marker.
He did indeed.
So it's still a very, very tight finish over the line there. 3 bikes all within a split second.
Yeah, it certainly makes for fun racing, doesn't it, when you can line somebody up and get them on the line?
Yeah, we've seen a few very last-minute win by a wheel length moves there over the years. So But you can also run out of track very, very quickly there, as I found out. Ended up on the dirt once. It's a bit hard to get the drive when you're on the dirt.
Yeah, a bit of red mist. You get that extra bit of pace through there. It's funny because you don't typically run out of track even on a fast lap, but in the heat of the moment, you can figure where the white line is. But great ride there from our 600 guys again. Always entertaining. We have had larger fields in years gone by. In fact, only a couple of years ago, I think we're up to almost 18 and 19 bikes. So it'd be great to see a few more 600s get back out there.
Yeah, it's back when I was racing 600, there was nowhere near this many bikes. So it's sort of grown a lot since then. And I think the 600 class has become a fairly affordable class, especially compared to running the superbike when there's so many used bikes available at pretty reasonable prices. And although they're not super popular at world level, although we have seen some changes to the super sport rules at world level and a few other domestic championships around the world, they've opened it up to a few of the more modern bikes of larger capacities. You've got 765 Triumph triples, Ducati 950-ish V twins, and it'd be nice to see them sort of integrated here at club level. But quite difficult to parity balance those sort of bikes at a club level. I think at world level they're very tightly controlled with technical regulations. So it might be something we look at in the future here, which will grow the class even more.
Yeah, really good point, Boyd. I think at club level, clubs don't have the resources to, I guess, control racing to the same level.
Mm-hmm. And in stock form, there's no doubt a 950 V twin is going to stomp all over a 600cc four-cylinder. So
that's right.
It would be a very, very difficult one for them to happen. I think a lot of it would rely on people not cheating, which is, well, racing and cheating are about as old as each other, I think, aren't they, Chris? So it is a bit of an ask, I reckon. But it still would be nice to see. I would love to see a Ducati V twin out there against these screaming four cylinders. I think the two just go well together.
There's one in your shed, isn't there?
I don't know that one would be all that competitive. Probably a bit of turbocharger to it or something.
That's a bike that certainly knows its way around Baskerville.
Yes, it's been undergoing a few upgrades, so hopefully we'll have it back out here soon and racing in Formula 3 class at least.
What is that? It's an old Pantar. What capacity is it?
650.
650. Yeah.
Yes, it's been had a lot of work done to it, so it goes quite well for what it is. But turning our attention now to the junior class, the juniors lining up on the grid. And a little bit of a mix of machines out here today too.
Yeah, 2 2-strokes, 3 4-strokes. Is that, we've got one more to come? So having a look at our qualifying position. No, we did only have the 5. Yeah, a bit light on, unfortunately, the juniors. We'd like to see more out there, but it has proven to be a very successful class for the young kids to come through. We've had some very successful graduates come out of Tassie Juniors, so it's a great racing class.
Yes, it's been great to see them and see most of the riders who started this class a couple of years ago now moving on to bigger bikes and doing well in lights production and various other classes. And we've got young Gus O'Halloran out there on a new bike to him this weekend, switching to the 2-stroke. We've seen him have a few problems this morning in qualifying, so hopefully he's ironed those out and we can get some good laps in here.
There are probably a few people slightly disappointed to see him move on from the little KO 150, which was one of the coolest little bikes. Little, what would they be, 14-inch wheels on it?
Yeah, it was an interesting sight. It was like a scale replica of a superbike almost.
It was certainly grabbed a lot of people's attention. He looked fantastic out there on that little bike, but I think it was potentially holding him back a little bit. So good to see him on the 2-stroke. But as you said, Boyd, they've had a few issues with it this morning.
Yeah, well, as we were talking about earlier, 2-strokes can be a bit temperamental. But if we get it singing right, I'm sure he'll have an absolute ball out there. So we're crossing our fingers for young Gus, and hopefully he can have a bit of a good run here.
Now, speaking of 2-strokes, Isaac Simmons on the RS85, he's probably going to be the man to beat He's been running in juniors now for a little while. Son, of course, of Brett Simmons, who most people will be familiar with, multiple state champion, and typically the man to beat in Tas Superbike.
Yeah, definitely following his father's footsteps there, I think, and it's been sort of getting a bit quicker and quicker. We've noticed each round, and sort of working up to the front running pace, and he will definitely be very difficult to beat here.
So, yeah, certainly hope Gus's little bike goes well, but we're about to get a start. The red light's on and racing. So, David Coward got the jump initially, but I think Isaac Simmons on the two-stroke will actually out-drag him to the line. He does. So, it's Isaac Simmons from David Coward, from Ava Connell, Jet Pryor, and poor old Gus didn't even get off the line. So, not sure what happened there, if he stalled it or same issue he's had during the morning. But pushing through the mud at the moment, that wouldn't be fun.
Oh, it's very disappointing to see. Hopefully he'll get another crack at it come the next round.
Yes, but back to the race. We've got Isaac Simmons, who's just crested the hill up there at Suckers. He leads the field down the hill for the first time into Calvin's. Already got a handy little margin over David Coward.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rocket ship, that little 85. The last race round out here, I was marshalling up at the top of the hill, and that little bike sounded very, very sweet as it was flying down the straight. It definitely was running quite well, and it looks like it's still running well today.
And of course, Team Simmons no stranger to two strokes. Brett having cut his teeth essentially on 125 GP bikes, running very competitively nationally. So, yeah, they're very well seasoned with tuning two strokes.
Not a massive gap to second place here. We've got David Coward riding well on the little YZF 150 Yamaha. Definitely carrying all the corner speed and then some, right out to the white line there.
Yeah, certainly been improving. David, of course, son of Matthew Coward, who competes in the pre-modern 600 class.
Yeah, one of a few father-son combinations out here, which is good to see.
Yeah, we do have a few. There's obviously Team Sellers, we've got Team Simmons, Team Coward.
125. Isaac's still well in the tuck there, braking just before the 100 metre mark, peeling through very, very smoothly. We see David almost at the 50 metre mark before hitting the brakes. I think that shows a little bit of difference in the speed there. So, yes, it would be great to see a few more machines out there mixing it up with these guys, giving them a bit of a hurry along. We've seen at ASBK level the Yamaha R15 Cup that they have now for the juniors. It's been really successful, and they make those kids make those bikes look fast.
Yeah, they do. But it's what Australian road racing has been needing for some time, a good introductory class for juniors.
Yeah, the new Yamaha 2 is quite a sophisticated little bike. It's variable valve technology, lots of filter downs from the bigger bikes. I think the latest version has upside down forks and slipper clutch. They even got traction control now. So
really,
indeed, yeah. I don't know how useful it is on a 150cc. Maybe out there in the conditions we had earlier, but it'd be great to see half a dozen of those bikes out here, and the kids, I think they'd struggle to have more fun than a pack of those bikes dicing together.
Yeah, it certainly would be good to see more kids come out. And look, anyone out here today or watching us online, if you or your children are interested, jump onto our website, srct.org.au. There's contact details there, or come on out to Baskerville, ask anyone around the pits. There's plenty of information readily available for you on how to get started. We even have bikes you can come and try.
Yeah, it's what we need in the sport. We've got to keep it growing and keep the next generation coming through. And we're quite lucky here in Tasmania in that the road racing is not necessarily prohibitively expensive when you start on a bike like this. You can pick one up pretty cheaply, and the cost to getting started is a lot less than somewhere on the mainland, where just even getting to the track is a big expense. And at least here we've got to drive 15 minutes out of Hobart. So.
Yeah, really good point, and really, both clubs run racing pretty much on a shoestring. They keep it as cheap as they possibly can. So on a little bike like this, your season really does not shouldn't be too expensive. But look, back to the race. Isaac Simmons taking the checkered flag quite comfortably. Back to David Coward, who continues to improve. Good to see David putting in a really solid ride on the R15.
Definitely, he was only 6 seconds behind there, so roughly a second a lap. I think that's quite a good result, really.
And on the first of the 4 strokes, of course.
We've definitely got a bit of a gap to third. The third place now coming around the sweeper.
Ava Connell.
Over in those very distinctive pink letters.
Yeah, not hard to miss.
Wringing the little bike's neck as she comes around now.
Yeah, quite appropriate to see Ava going around in the pink and white leathers, but it does remind me of a pretty ordinary period during the 90s where fashions went into the pinks. Yes. A few bikes came out in some fluoro pinks, and so too some leathers, and they really weren't that inviting. Jet Pryor just crossing the line. He will pick up 4th place, and unfortunately Gus O'Halloran was a retirement, not even getting.
We made it that 1 metre across the start line there looking at that, so yeah. Very, very disappointing.
Disappointing, but as I say, Boyd, that's racing.
Indeed.
Of course, the Tassie Junior races are only 4 laps, unlike the other classes. Even though they, in overall race length, it's a similar time. But of course, at the conclusion of the Tassie Juniors, that means that we're into Tas Superbike, which usually most people look forward to having a look at. It's the first time out for the big horsepower bikes.
Just waiting for all clear to recover young Gus's bike from the other side of the track there, and then the big bikes will be ready to head out.
Yeah, should be able to recover that bike pretty easily, I think. Straight across the track. I don't think they'll need to send the recovery vehicle out.
Someone's going to get muddy boots getting it, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, you see our assistant clerk, of course, Leah Renton over there. She's already made her way through the mud once. So, and it does get very boggy over there.
Yeah, well, they've improved the drainage. It's still definitely a low line point. You can see a little bit of water hanging around. Thankfully, it stays off the track these days.
Yeah, and speaking of weather, it certainly appears to be properly dry now. Certainly the track is, and the sky, although patchy, is bits of blue. I think, well, I'm hoping we're seeing the back of the rain for today.
Yes, I certainly think so. The clouds are not looking to threaten at all at the moment.
So you've had to go in Tas Superbike before, Boyd? You were saying before that they're monsters of things to ride.
Yes, it was a bit of an eye-opener riding the Superbike round here for the first time. The amount of physical effort to go half a second faster or even do the same time as a 600 is dramatically different. And also, I used to ride multiple classes, and I never had too much trouble going from like a light bike to a 600. And even though obviously the lines and the closing speeds and things were still quite different, going from a superbike to any other class of bike I found quite difficult. It just the way you have to ride them, it kind of messes with your head a little bit, and it takes a bit of, I think, to be competitive and fast on a superbike, you need to be doing it all the time and really focusing on the job. It requires a lot more focus, effort, practice to be at the pointy end on one of those bikes.
Yeah, certainly agree. It's hard to put your finger on what it is that makes them that much harder to ride, because, as we said before, the super sport bikes aren't that much slower, but I think the super bikes, they do things that other bikes don't. They will stand more. It takes more rider input. It takes more physical effort to control them.
Yeah, just the inertia of the heavier parts spinning around inside the engine is quite noticeable. They push on the harder under brake, so you've got to brake harder and later. That squirms more, and side to side through the S's, a lot more physical effort, and you don't get a rest. Coming down the straight, you're wrestling that bike to keep it pointed in a straight line. Whereas a 600, you get maybe a couple of seconds a lap to rest, and it makes such a difference.
I think that's a really important point, that the thousands don't give you a moment's rest. You're physically working all the time you're on them. And while for people who haven't ridden before, or at least around a racetrack, it might look like you're just riding around and bike's doing all the work. It's far from it. You're putting in a lot of physical effort to move your body from one side to the other for controlling the bike, as Boyd was saying. It's 3 laps in, and these guys are breathing hard. They're already fatiguing. You do have to be very fit to ride these bikes.
And the other interesting thing is, for someone who's ridden both Supersport and Superbike, when I watch them from the side of the track, yeah, the lap times are really similar, but the Superbikes just look faster. They look mean, especially coming down the straight and the front wheels climbing for the sky, or coming around the sweeper and it's squirming under power as it's sliding the back tyre. And you're much more limited by your grip around here too on the Superbike, I think. You can ride a 600 to the max, and it might slide a little bit. That Superbike is trying to spin up that tyre the whole way around the sweeper, and it's a lot of fun.
It is fun, and you're absolutely right. That extra power, you've got to put a lot more focus into controlling. You're probably riding with more tension in your arms and hands. That you do tend to relax more a little bit on the smaller bikes.
Yeah, that's right. But having said that, though, as a 600 to ride at the limit round here is still a really fun experience. And it'd be interesting to see some of the super sport guys step up to the superbike class and see what it's like. I think several of them would go quite well on them. But like I said, it's a much more physically and financially demanding class to run in the superbike class. But it's something I wish everyone could experience, because they are a beast.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun, particularly when you get onto a faster track and you can actually use some of that horsepower. Holding like up at Simmons Plains, holding 1,000 flat for through a few gears. It's an eye-opener. Well,
you essentially get another corner at Simmons Plains on the superbike. Yeah. The gentle curve of the sweeper on a small bike is suddenly an eye-watering, heart-pumping experience to go through there quickly on a superbike.
Look, that is so true. For anything but 1,000, you can actually just lie on the tank under the windscreen and hold them flat through there without much risk. But on 1,000, you approach them very quickly, and they actually go through there sliding the rear tyre. And your eyes are pretty wide open.
I don't think I ever made it through there holding it flat on the superbike. It's one of those things you tell yourself, I'm going to do it this lap, but the fear factor comes in every time.
And of course, it's not just going through there with the rear tyre sliding, it's that the corner coming up is approaching at warp speed, and you've got to get off the throttle onto the brakes all smoothly and quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bike slithering across the track as you try and keep it online. The braking zone here at the end of the straight on the superbike is still a real test. Although it's only a short straight, you do get quite a lot of speed down there.
It's probably about 220, 230, I guess. Maybe a little bit more for the superbikes down the straight here at Baskerville.
Yeah, and there's still a good opportunity to put a pass on there. There's really, you can almost take 2 lines on the superbike through the sweeper here without really losing too much time. You can run it a little bit wide or run it up the inside and then get it back online for the second apex. So hopefully we'll see a few battles as they line up now.
What's really interesting here is since Jason Spencer has stepped up to the 1,000 and really starting to come to terms with it, it's the first time I think we've seen Brett Simmons and Jason Spencer go head-to-head. So this will be good. A bit unfair on Brett because he hasn't been on the bike for some time, but Brett's got a bucket full of experience to draw on. So this is going to be a fantastic race. So too Scott Honeychurch in position 3.
Brett always very good off the line too. So the pressure's on here, I think, on Jason to get away well.
Well, we're about ready for a start. The red light's on. Racing, and absolutely right, Boyd. Brett Simmons, I couldn't get my words out. Brett Simmons away on the back wheel and is comfortably into P1 from Scott Honeychurch from Jason Spencer.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad start by Jason, but the other two got away brilliantly.
And this is where Brett Simmons so often makes the difference. He wins the start and gaps them in the first couple of laps, and you just cannot afford to let someone like Brett Simmons get away from you.
Side by side for second there coming up the hill. Jason Spencer slips up the inside. So now he just needs a good run, get into his rhythm, try and follow Brett.
Jason Spencer had to do that. He had to get past on Scott Honeychurch if he was going to stand any chance at all of holding on to Brett Simmons here.
Jason Wiley close behind in 4th place there. Has a bit of a look up the inside of Scott Honeychurch at the end of the straight. Couldn't quite get it done.
So Brett Simmons will lead the field. First time over the start-finish line. Probably got about half a second gap on Jason Spencer, but Jason certainly not losing touch. Scott Honeychurch a bit untidy into P1. In fact, will open the door for Jason Wiley to slip down the inside. Jezza Huddleston putting in a good ride there, right behind Scott Honeychurch now. And we're back to Wade Schrader from Josh Rees and Oscar O'Donovan on the ZX10 for the first time. But back to the leaders, up over Suckers, it's Brett Simmons just now from Jason Spencer. So Jason is actually closing Brett down.
He's definitely matching him at this point of the race. And Jason Wiley not too far behind. He will have a chance to slip into a good rhythm here. Brett still with a nice smooth run through the sweeper here. Coming across the line now for the first flying lap. Got both leaders were putting in low 54s. Jason Spencer with the quickest lap, so still right on Brett's hammer here.
Yeah, certainly see a contest coming here, I think, Boyd. Jason Spencer right where he needs to be. He got past Scott Honeychurch early as he needed to do and has managed to get back onto the back of Brett Simmons. So fantastic battle potentially between these two. Scott Honeychurch looks to have holding off Jezza Huddleston.
Jezza right on his hammer here.
Yeah, Jason Wiley now having a bit of a lonely ride there in third, but it's the battle at the front we're really interested in. Big wheelie from Brett Simmons over the hump. Lap times, it's still Jason Spencer who holds the quickest lap with a 54.33, just from Brett Simmons, 54.57.
Brett's got the hammer down here. I think he goes to the top of the lap board there with 54 flat. So that is a quick lap time.
Yeah, Brett Simmons actually holds a lap record here. It's 53 flat, I think.
Yeah. So it's a pretty impressive effort here. That is a quick lap time by anyone's measure.
It certainly is, but Brett's probably not that bike fit either. He hasn't been doing a lot of riding, and right now he's probably starting to get that pain in his hands that you get from putting in a couple of hard laps on a superbike.
Yeah, another thing about riding the superbike is that no bike's ever given me arm pump like a superbike as well. When you start to lose the feeling in the bars, it makes it a bit trickier.
Now, I'd be thinking Jason Spencer has probably given up the chase here.
Yeah, I think his back tyre's squirming a lot there through the sweeper.
Because he lost considerable ground there, 2 seconds now. I'm not sure if he had a moment.
Brett's gone quicker again into the 53s now. So it was a valiant effort by Jason Spencer to stick with him there for a couple of laps, but so far so consistent. Very, very difficult to keep that pace up. And of course, when you're at your limit trying to follow someone, it's that much easier to make a small mistake. And as soon as that gap opens up, it's very, very difficult to close it down again.
Brett celebrating his 40th birthday recently. He told me that he's now more motivated than ever to prove he can still go fast. So he's true to his word at the moment.
Like really sliding through the sweeper there. Finding good traction though.
53.99 last time round. So certainly.
Jason Wiley just slowly chipping away at his lap times there. He's lapping the 55, so getting down to some good times there. We know he's capable of running in the 54s. And Scott Honeychurch looks to have found some rhythm too. He's probably closing back in ever so slightly and managed to gap Jezza Huddlestone behind him in 5th place.
Nice lap time there from Jezza, 56.5.
Jezza's another one who's sort of been coming on and getting quicker and quicker, which is good to see. Another one who was over at Phillip Island last weekend, had some really good results over there. I think he won his B grade superbike class over there. So
He did indeed.
set some very quick lap times.
So 53.92. Brett Simmons not backing off at all. He's found a comfortable groove there in the high 53s, and it's proven to be too much for Jason Spencer. Now, Jason Wiley slipped back into the clutches of Scott Honeychurch. This is worth keeping an eye on, Boyd. Oh, Scott Honeychurch having a moment coming out of turn one. Looked like it spun up and kicked him out of the seat a bit.
Scott was a hard charger, so he's certainly not going to back down from this fight. 2 laps remaining here. He's still got time in his pocket to try and put a move on.
Funny to think, Boyd, that not one of the leading 4 riders are under the age of 40. And riding these superbikes, the most challenging bikes to ride at this pace.
Yeah, they certainly shown the younger guys how it's done. Jason Spencer's still using all the track there. He's certainly not cruising, but the fight for the lead well and truly over.
Oh, Scott Honeychurch up the inside of Jason Wiley. Is he going to make that stick? I know Jason's going to look for a run down the inside. Scott Honeychurch shuts the door. Can Jason Wiley do anything about it? That V4 Panigale certainly got some straight line speed.
It's the last lap here, could be interesting. Yeah. A little bit of red mist probably coming down already.
Good on the brakes too, both riders in fact. Not a bad battle further back here between Josh Rees and Wade Schrader. Josh currently has the better of Wade.
So Brett coming around now to take the checkered flag.
Very, very nice win. Particularly given the length of time it's been that since Brett's had a ride in the Superbike.
Yeah, very impressive just to jump back on it and be straight down to near record pace.
Scott Honeychurch will hold off Jason Wiley to the line. Wouldn't be surprised if Jason's struggling for fitness a little. He's coming back from an injury.
Yeah, that'd be a beast of a bike to ride, that Panigale with that much horsepower and torque. But he's done a good job there, and I think all these riders will be happy to get that first race under their belt.
Yeah, it actually reminds me of you're talking about that Panigale being a beast of a bike to ride. I remember talking to Kyle Buckley, who had a ride on it a couple of years back, the 2 hour, and he was used to riding ZX10s in Australian Superbike, and he said he couldn't believe how fast this Ducati was. It just wanted to pull his arms out.
Well, I was fortunate enough to have a ride on a street bike, V4 Street Fighter, and it was the engine in that bike is phenomenal. Just the amount of power and the amount of revs is just insane. Great effort there by the big superbike riders. And I think so. Josh Rees, one of the fellas who stepped up from 600 to the superbike class. It'd be interesting to get his thoughts on the differences between these bikes. But he acquitted himself quite well there, into the 59s. So yeah, it's a good first race effort from him.
Yes, and as we keep saying, they're not easy bikes to ride. So
indeed, and doing 600s as well. Now, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we actually have a few sprinkles on the commentary box window here again. So there's a cloud up there somewhere, dropping a little bit of rain, but I can't even see it, so I don't think it's so hopefully it will just pass over. Something to be aware of.
Yeah, well, that race actually concludes our first set of races. So race 1 for all classes, which means we'll be back to race 2 for our Formula Basketball, Formula 3 and Golden Era. They must feel cursed because they got these conditions just before the start of their race.
Indeed, it's we get deja vu up here.
Yeah. So I hope you're right, Boyd, that there's not much in it because I can't see the cloud either. It's,
yeah, it's definitely spotting up down there. And we'll do our best to play weathermen for all you people down there.
Now, 12:30, it'd be interesting to see when our clerk, of course, calls lunch, whether or not he'll try and get one more race out of the way. We've got through our racing reasonably well so far. A couple of pickups, a couple of delays for changing tyres from dry to wet.
now probably would be a good time to call it with this rain, I reckon, Chris. But we don't make that decision, so we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Now would seem like an opportune time, but I'm sure they're thinking about that. They're looking at the clock and what's still to come. So not an easy job running these race meetings. There's a lot going on.
And a big shout out to the flag marshals out there too on days like today. It's it can be a great job out there on a nice day when beautiful sunny weather. Get the best view to watch the big bikes flying around. But when it's cold and windy out there in those marshal pits, there's there's a lot of other places you'd rather be. So hats off to our marshals out there today.
Yeah, without a doubt, it's really appreciated the work that all our marshals do. It can be tough. It can be thankless at times, but as you say, on a nice day though, there is probably nowhere else you'd want to be. It's fantastic watching up close racing, and you're wearing a headset. You're you're hearing all the commentary that's going on around the place, so you're part of the whole officials group.
And you get a different view and a different perspective on the racing from each marshal point too. It's good to experience it from a different angle. So yeah, I'd encourage anyone to get out there and give it a go. You might really enjoy it. But it looks like they are coming in for lunch. I see everybody making their way in now. So we might take a break then, Chris.
I think that's a good idea, Boyd. We haven't had advice yet, but I think you're right. We'll bolt back here if we're wrong. I think we'll go with your recommendation. We'll go and get some food and be back here in half an hour.
so bike's back out on track now after resumption of racing for the second round. And we have out there the Formula 3 and what have we got there, Chris? What's the grid sheet now? Yeah, Formula 3, Formula Baskerville and Golden Era up to 500cc. And quite a few more bikes in round one. It seems a lot of them elected to sit out that first wet race of the day. So good to see pretty much a full grid for all the competitors making their way out for the second race.
It's going to be good to see, Boyd. As you said, there's a few riders that sat it out for good reason because they didn't have wet tyres. Rob Scott being one of them. We were talking about Rob. He's quite a competitive rider in Formula 3. In fact, quite a few SV650s in that class, and it makes for some great racing, and you've been in the thick of that in the past.
Yeah, it's good to see the SVs are back. There's a few of them out there now in the state, but we often seem to not get all of them turn out for each race round, so I'm probably one of the few that are there. Pete McEldowney also missing from racing today. He's out there somewhere, so I have to try and encourage others to get back on our bikes and join the fray.
Pete McEldowney's here today. I don't know if he's racing his SV.
No, I was just talking from out there, but he's not out there racing today. So here's another one.
Well, the other omission from race one was Chip Sellers. Hamish Sellers. He's now lined up on pole position. He's probably going to be the man to beat.
Yes, in fact, you've got an all SV front row there, so this is going to be interesting to see who can get into turn one the first.
Yeah, I don't know that Harley Phipps will have it all his own way this time on a dry track. He did manage to find his way through on the wets to steal the win from Jason Brown, but this one's going to be quite different, as you said, Boyd. A lot more riders finding their way up.
Starter ready now. On a quick start there, all the way pretty evenly.
But it is Chip Sellers who will lead the field for the first time from one of the 80 brothers, 81 and 82 in second and third.
Got Daniel Briggs there on the little Morawaki 250 in fourth place, got away well.
Yeah, and then that is Rob Scott, I think, on the SV650 behind Daniel Briggs, is it? Yes. From Larry Eaton on the Motard. From Garth Newton, who's found his way back out there. Harley Phipps is that, who's not managed to make a start off the line.
Another one, not even made it to the start line, which is disappointing for him. He would have thought that especially after his performance in the first race.
Our assistant bike, of course, Lee Renton, a bit of a workout today, pushing bikes off the line. But, back to the race, Chip Sellers off to an absolute flyer. Already got a 3 or 4 second gap over one of the 80 brothers. Can't see who that is. From Daniel Briggs.
Absolutely smoking them at the moment. But a good battle shaping up here for second.
Yeah. So it's Ben Aby, who actually is in second place, from Daniel Briggs, from James Aby. Briggsy certainly enjoying the lighter weight of the GP bike versus the big old road bike of the SV650. Not that the SV650s are that heavy, but relative to the GP bike, they certainly would be a bit of a tank.
Yeah, he'll have his work cut out to get past here because the SVs do get off the corners very well. And also probably similar speed down the straights, so might have to look at some big last minute late braking from Daniel on this lap.
We're about to find out because they're running down through Calvin's at the moment, so this will be interesting, Boy, to see the straight line speed comparison. Getting a little bit of a slipstream there perhaps. No, the SV650s do actually have the horsepower, but on the brakes, is he going to slip through?
Oh, the door's closing very quickly there.
Always a heart and mouth feeling, isn't it, when the door starts to close and you've got more speed to wash off.
Oh, Larry Eaton around the outside on the motard.
Good dice there with Rob Scott.
Good to see Garth Newton back out there as well after his off-track excursion in race 1, in 7th place.
So that actually was not Harley Phipps who was the bike off the grid that did not make a start, and maybe Hayden Roper then, is it? It must be.
Indeed, yes. There's actually 2 of the motorcycle city CBR 600s out there. Harvey right in the thick of it there in a battle forming as well. He's currently running in ninth, in close proximity to Lee Staines and Darren Grice. So a couple of good battles still going out there. Rob Scott coming blind past Larry down the straight. Larry will be shaping for another big outside run here around the sweeper.
Wow, Larry Eaton looking to go around the outside of Rob Scott. Not going to get that done.
So Daniel Briggs managed to break clear of the SB battle there and in a pretty safe second place now. Larry will be looking to dish out some of the same corner speed treatment as he comes up behind the 3 SB 650s.
Now this is going to test you, Boyd. Formula 3 lap record. What is it?
Oh, gee, that's a good one. I think I would have to cast my mind back to a certain Australian now on the international stage, Joel Kelso, when he was down here riding an R3. I seem to remember him in 58, low 58, something along those lines.
Did he run in Formula 3 though?
He cross-ended in Formula 3. So,
well, that's interesting. Because other than that, I think it was it was either Harry or Chip Sellers on the SB650 that's leading at the moment.
Yeah, I know Kelso was doing 58s, whether he did that only in the lights class or... as to what the lap time is, I would say it would be a low 58.
Oh, look at Larry Eaton trying to go around the outside of Rob Scott between 1 and 2. Certainly a bit of congestion there.
There we go. Larry taking the widest lines I think I've ever seen through the S's there.
No mean feat to pass someone on the outside through the S's.
Yeah, so he's knee down on essentially a dirt bike. It's pretty impressive effort now.
I think he even touches the peaks occasionally.
Now, Larry's a pretty experienced campaigner now with that style of bike. He certainly knows the limits, but using every little bit of traction. Bits of track that any other bike would never be able to get anywhere near unless they were about to exit it.
Certainly no one getting near Chip Sellers today. Fastest lap so far, 59.88.
Daniel Briggs seems to have found some good pace here, down to 62. So probably give him some confidence for the next lights race coming up. He's usually a pretty good front runner in that class. We did see him down the field a little bit prior, so see him getting up to speed. And the battle's still raging behind him. Larry's trying again around the outside. No way through this time.
So I think it's Ben Avey from Rob Scott and Larry Eaton, and throw a blanket over the three of them. I wonder how the motard is for straight line speed between that and the two SBs in front of him.
Well, the motard I believe is a 350, so not as far down on capacity as Briggsy on his 250, but of course got the wind resistance factor as well.
Well, that's right, and I think there's the story. The SVs do seem to be pulling out.
A little bit of a straight line advantage there. Larry right back on the case though on the brakes.
Certainly no one getting near our race leader today. Chip Sellers, he's in the class of his own, and still probably got a little bit up his sleeve because he's not running in the 58s, which we know he's capable of. He's running in the high 59s.
A bit of a lonely race going on further down the field here, but all these guys enjoying getting some good dry laps in. And I hate to say it, but looking out over the valley there, we could be in for another sprinkling. I hope not, but
last lap board up now for Chip Sellers. So he's got a handy lead of 22 seconds over Daniel Briggs.
Super consistent lap times too. Almost every lap, the 59s there with that 50 count his pace, hammering them out.
Just noticed Garth Newton back on track. He was saying, oh sorry, I'll just pause for a moment. This battle between Larry Eaton, Ben Avey and Rob Scott. I think it was Ben Avey just got the better of Larry over the start and finish line, but last lap. It's last lap, it's not end of race, so we need to concentrate, boys.
Larry's got all our attention at the moment as he fights his way, he's now carving his way through all these SPs. But can he stay ahead with the straight looming?
I was actually going to say that Garth was saying that he lost the rear over Suckers in the wet in race 1.
Yeah, luckily it was just a foot peg, I think, and he was about the worst of the damage done. So, checkered flag is out. Chip Sellers has crossed the line and taken the win. And Daniel Briggs is free for second. People-wise now on the battle for fourth. And,
What's the back straight now? They are. So who's it going to be, Boyd?
Larry's going to go for the outside move again, I think. Driving hard.
Oh,
bit of a slip. Oh, it's going to be really close here. Oh, well done by Larry. Beautiful move around the outside there.
Just gets the better of Ben Avey from Rob Scott, who I don't know if he got caught up into the traffic, maybe half a second in the rears.
An excellent battle there. All those boys would have really enjoyed that, I'm sure.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Club level racing.
Indeed. It doesn't matter if you fight for the win or fighting for 10 or wherever. If pull a move like that on the last lap, then you're going to be pretty pleased.
You're right about that weather. There's a couple of very, very light drops of rain coming through again. The poor old guys on the pre-modern open.
I don't know what happened there, but Pixel was just about lost from his pit lane by the look of it.
Really?
Trying to hit a bit of a wet patch there.
Sure, he just didn't do a celebratory skid.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a skid. One fan we didn't talk about that race was John Franz. After his first race in a row, he had a bit of a lonely ride there. Brought it home down in 12. Lap time wise, it was about a 68, so he was only a couple of seconds slower in the full wet track. So pretty amazing, really.
I remember, and sure you remember this as well, Mark Hemsley used to go faster in the wet than dry on his, what was that, a R1100 or something?
Yeah, I still can't get my head around that one, but he did do it, indeed.
That was hilarious.
See everybody making the checker as well in that race. Apart from Hayden Roper, who didn't quite make the start. He'll get another chance in the next round.
Yeah, good racing. It's, despite the 20-odd second lead that Hamish Sellers had, there's some great battles further back. Credit to Hamish as well, shows his talent and ability to jump on a bike he hasn't ridden for some time and put those sort of lap times down.
Yeah, we must remember though he elected to sit out the first race in wet though, so the overall at the end of the day could be interesting, depending on how results go for the rest of the round.
Definitely.
The other riders, even if they can't get near him on track, they could still be in with the shot for the overall here.
It's going to be interesting to see if his dad Bob at Sellers is on the grid for the next race. Sat out race 1 because of the weather. And left it to, who was it, James Ryan and Jason Wiley.
The good news is the puddle down here, which is our rain reference, there's no sprinkles in it now, so it looks like that cloud has passed those things.
Those bikes on the track haven't been called up yet. I'll just have a very, very short break, just a couple of minutes. Okay, so bikes just making their way out now for our pre-modern open, pre-modern super sport, and golden era open.
Yeah, it's good to see pretty much a similar story to the last race, where all the main players are back out there now with the rain gone. And good to also see the riders that came off in race 1 and done some repairs and got out there again too. Which is Peter Bellchambers and Oscar O'Donovan. Oscar sort of held in pits there for a little while. Hopefully everything's all good with the bike. Sort of making his way around now at the back of the field.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unknown, isn't it, Boyd? You fall off, you get a bit of an opportunity to try and fix things in the pits, but until you do an actual ride around the track, you don't know it's 100%.
Yeah, well, I did catch up with Peter Bellchambers during the break, and he was a little banged up from that crash. He had a little bit of a coming together at the top of the hill there and sliding off down the track. Oscar actually crashed, taking avoiding action, trying not to hit him. Probably a bit of damage to his arm, both his arms just done over a little bit, but the medics have patched him back up and some repairs to the bike, and it looks like it's all good to go.
Good to see Bob Sellers out there, so for his first proper hit out today.
Stuart Bug also on the grid. Not too far away from the start.
Jason Wiley is probably getting the best at the start, so he might manage to lead the field. Although James Ryan does get away well. If he can keep the front wheel down on the big FZR.
Definitely caught snoozing on the previous start. So,
I don't know if that's a proper start or not.
oh, what happened there?
I didn't see the red light go on, but very, very untidy start. So Bob Sellers got away to a fire. Anyway, the field settled down. I don't know if we're going to see a restart of that. It doesn't look like it. Anyway, so Bob Sellers in the lead from Jason Wiley, James Ryan.
Right there, going up the hill from the front two riders. Scrambling the traction a little bit.
I'm just saying before, Boyd, the track is probably a little bit cool, so I wouldn't be surprised if, particularly on these 1000cc bikes, if they're still struggling for grip a bit.
Indeed, and of course only the one warm-up lap we have these days.
It's Bob Sellers. He's the man. He's got probably a second margin over Jason Wiley. Then we've got James Ryan. I think it might be Don Fenton then. It is Don up there into fourth. He's got away nicely. Peter Bellchambers, Stuart Bug, Martin Long, Matt Coward, Karen Webb.
Don Fenton almost did a bit of grass cutting there when went right over the white line on the edge of the track coming off the front straight. I think he had to roll off a little bit, so that's costing him a wee bit of time. Bob Sellers out in front, but I see it flashing up here on the screen. He has indeed been given a 10-second penalty for a jump start there, so he might have to get his head down here. Maybe he can do a Valentino Rossi and pull a 10-second gap and still take the lead.
Question is, will he know that he's got a penalty?
There's someone down there pit board, I think. I don't think it's going to tear him too much here. He'll still be fighting to hold that position. He's got some close company now. Is it James Ryan? I think right up behind him.
No, that's Jason Wiley.
Other way around?
From James Ryan. So I think Wiley looking up the inside to turn one. Not enough room there, but he's certainly putting a lot of pressure on Bob Sellers right now.
Speaking of muscling superbikes around earlier, I can only imagine what it's like on a G6R 1100s around here. It must take a serious physical effort.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying that. Particularly with those big old flat slide carbs on them, they're not that refined. Takes a bit of work, but Jason's doing a fantastic job of that at the moment. I do know that R1 that Bob Sellers is on is probably the quickest bike out there on a straight line, so I don't think he's going to come under threat down the back straight.
Definitely they'll sort of hold their own there, but a big lunge under rakes here from Wiley, and he got the door closed pretty firmly there by Bob. I don't know if Bob saw him coming or if that was a tactical move, but that was pretty close.
Up the inside into one. I think he'll get it done this time. Yep, nice and clean. James Ryan just sitting there waiting to pounce. He's got probably the best seat in the house, watching what's going in front of him, but he's not out of this by any means.
Lost in the ground there in fourth now. We've seen him and Bob have some fantastic battles out here at the previous round. Some of the best races we've seen, I think, for battles on the brakes. He's got a little bit of a...
Missed a big move there from Bob Sellers down the inside of Jason Wiley into Calvin's.
I saw that one, Chris. That was pretty brave there.
That's a difficult place to put a move on, particularly the likes of Jason Wiley.
Yeah, I think Wiley was caught by surprise. He's back up under the brakes now at the end of the straight. So, excellent battle going here. Bob had a bit of a bobble there coming onto the straight. Mistake through turn one there. Now James Ryan is very close proximity, right on the back wheel of Bob Sellers. So still a three-way battle here.
A little bit of a gap maybe developing. I think Jason Wiley pulled out half a second gap, but I don't think Bob Sellers is giving this one away.
It was a very good run up the hill, but then the speed of that R1 closed it up quite quickly there by the top of the hill. Right here and Bob right back on him, I think.
Like I said, it's got some great line speed, that R1, so a little bit surprised that they're putting in a bit, but Wiley's just so strong under brakes at the end of the straight. So look, like I said, James Ryan, he's not out of this, he's just sitting there watching at the moment. I think he's still a chance, certainly of maybe getting a position on Bob Sellers. Lap times, 58.71. 58.6, the quickest lap of the race, so similar to race one really.
So 3 to go here, and fitness could come into this a little bit. These big bikes being the beasts they are to ride. I'm sure Jason's been feeling it. His arms trying to wrestle that big 1100. Bob's closing in again here at the top of the hill.
Jason was actually saying he's getting a bit of back pain because of him recovering from that hip injury. It's testing the muscles in his back.
It's really a part of the body you think you'd work that hard on a bike. Normally it's arms or legs, but yeah, there's a pretty major injury he's come back from. So to be doing two classes on probably the two most physical bikes you could possibly ride out here this weekend. Credit to him.
I think Bob Sellers has closed down Jason Wiley again, so whether it's fatigue, let's have a look. Last lap through, 58.63, 58.39. So definitely Bob Sellers is closing this down.
Bob's got 50 feet.
Now, we don't know what Bob's fitness is like at the moment. We're a few laps in now, so it's certainly the time when you're going to start to work.
They've certainly managed to drop that time a little bit. So I think it's come down to a two-horse race. So 2 laps remaining. Bob again closing up really, really closely at the exit of Suckers.
Potential move this lap, boy, down the back straight. Oh, maybe not close enough, but tell you what.
Oh, it's close.
Wiley's just so good under brakes.
Well, that's the closest we've seen Bob maintain the gap there down the straight. So coming round now to take the last lap forward. They'll know what's at stake.
Looks like they've dropped James Ryan. There's probably a couple of second gap there, but it's all on at the front really.
Another excellent run for this week there by Wiley. Talk about that out of here.
And lap traffic potentially coming up with Michael Webb.
Battle's still going down the field here too with Stuart Bugg all over the back of Peter Bellchambers.
Oh, it was.
Just as where you say it there, a bit of a, I don't know if he missed a gear or something, that seems to be way too easy. Back to the front of the field, and I think we've got some lap traffic now as well playing into it.
Oh no, right at the wrong time.
That was I think Bob's just caught the worst possible time. Well, there goes that. What a shame.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Oh, he'll be. I bet you there was a few words we couldn't repeat uttered under that helmet there, Chris.
Yeah. Oh, but James Ryan will actually.
And he's got him to. Oh, well,
he did too.
There'll be some more choice words now, I'm sure. But,
0.01 of a second. James Ryan has beaten Bob Sellers.
Well, I definitely feel for Bob there, having been in exactly the same situation as him in the past. I know exactly how that feels. So, yeah, what a shame, but it was an excellent ride by today. Gave it to Wiley the whole race, and I'm sure he'll be well motivated.
Yeah, just fantastic. It's great to see Bob Sellers still loving his racing so much. He's really gelled with this R1.
Yeah, we're still turning in lap times there of 58, 59 the whole way through the race. That's a pretty impressive effort. He must have let beast around there at that pace for 8 laps.
Just a shout out too, while Karen Webb rounds out the field, crosses the line. You want to have a look at in the latest issue of Motorcycle News. There's a great 2-page story on Karen. A couple of pages in from the back. Karen, everyone will be very familiar with. She's been obviously racing in Tasmania for a long time, but also a critical part of administration of both the TNCC and our statewide racing. So encourage you to go and have a look. Grab the latest edition of AMCN and have a look at that fantastic story there on Karen Webb. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. It's so good to see some recognition coming the way of a lot of our Tasmanian racing community. I think it's largely due to Ken Young. Would that be right, Ken? Ken sitting here nodding.
Yeah, well, ever since I've been racing, I can remember Karen being a competitor at pretty much every round. She's always out there. I've had a few battles with her back in the past, and she gets out there, that's for sure. And yeah, it's definitely a great person to have involved with the club.
Yeah, without a doubt. She carries a massive load, and nothing's ever too much trouble for her. And she manages to pull the levers on and have a race as well. So absolutely fantastic, and it's great to see that article in AMCN. And thanks to Ken Young as well for organising that and bringing so much attention, as I say, to Tasmanian road racing.
Lights forming up now for the next race, which is the lights class. Good to have a bit of a wander around the pits at lunchtime. All the lights guys tend to great camaraderie with the guys in this class. They're all mates. They all get along really well, and they have some of the best battles out on track. So this could be a good one here. I think Josh will be definitely out for revenge after the Karen's late race move into race 1. And yeah, pretty even machine parity here. Although the Moto 3 up probably just has the legs a little bit down the straight on 125. It's interesting.
Now, was I right, Boyd, in thinking that Josh Vanderputten had issues with visor fogging?
He did indeed, yeah, which is a little unusual, but you wouldn't think it'd be quite that cold enough for that. But he hopefully will have a better time at this race. Although, our commentary box is getting a few spits on the window again, so might be enough to dampen the enthusiasm of some of these riders. But I think, again, I can't really see any dark clouds. I think hopefully it'll blow over.
Yeah, I think hopefully you're right, Boyd. It's pretty light. Hopefully it will blow over, but again, it's not a nice feeling for the riders to see that mist coming over on their visors. I've got to say, what a great ride from Taron Ocean in that first race.
It was a very mature ride by Taron.
It was.
He spent the whole race there. He closed the gap, sussed out what Josh was doing, where his strengths were, where his weaknesses were, and then he got that nice run on the penultimate lap. And he used the speed of that Moto 3 to perfection down the straight. Really held his line beautifully and didn't give Josh another chance to duck back up the inside. So Josh will have learnt from that, and he certainly got that little 125 off the line fantastically well in race 1.
He does.
It's not an easy thing to do. So it'll start again. Once again, the start's going to be really important here, I think.
As we're saying in, I think it was Ryder in race 1 that Taron's probably giving away at least 10 kilos to Josh.
Yeah, he's definitely he's a tall lad, and he sort of all arms and legs. He's all action man riding style out there. But he seems to fold himself up pretty well, obviously, for the run down the straight, because he still have that straight line speed advantage. But the wind could come into play a little bit too. That wind's really picked up, and these little lightweight bikes get blown around a lot, and it's sort of blowing directly across the track. So they're going to have to be a bit careful at the top of the hill there. We've seen it happen before. Gusts of wind's taken the front wheel of these lightweight bikes. So just something to be wary of, I reckon.
He's trying to pick up the direction of the wind. I can see the red flag down there on the grid being blown pretty well.
It's a little bit of a headwind, but also a crosswind. It's pretty much blowing straight towards Suckers from where we are.
We're ready for a start. Red lights on and racing. Typically, the production bike of Chad Wiley gets away well. So too Josh Vanderput. And as you said, Boyd, he launches that little 125 really well. Third place, who's that behind Josh? Is that Taran?
Yeah, Taran's in third there.
Well, he's got away beautifully. That's exactly where he needs to be.
And a great launch by Chloe Honeychurch in fourth there too.
How well is she riding?
She's really picked up the pace the last few rounds. And, yeah, right in the thick of it there.
So Josh Vanderputten through on Chad Wiley as they go through Suckers. So now Taran Ocean needs to make the same move, and it looks like he may get. Yes, he does get Chad down into Calvin. So it's certainly going to be on at the front again. Taran's close enough if he's good enough.
Big field of riders here. Looking towards the back, it seems Larry hasn't not made a very good start at all on his motard. He's right down near the back. Not sure what's going on there.
No, I missed that as well. So look at this at the front, Taran Ocean all over the back wheel of Josh Vanderputten. So this one's going to be on. Chad Wiley not far back. And then we're back to Chloe Honeychurch holding off Dane Griggs. Daniel Briggs trying to come through.
Whatever was wrong with Briggs' bike in the first race has certainly been rectified. He's much further up the field now.
Well, didn't you say the steering damper had fallen off it?
I think so, yeah. maybe a couple other bolts.
Well, it's interesting because the muffler fell off it this morning.
Well, let's hope the whole bike can make it to the end of the race.
Yeah. It's at the front.
Yeah,
Josh Vanderputten over Suckers. Sorry, Boyd.
Oh, Taran right on his hammer here, so we could be in for a move a little earlier this time than race one.
Well, he has less work to do. He had a good 1 second margin to try and pull back last time in race one. So Taran beautifully placed.
The bike, Josh, is certainly no slouch down the straight though. He tucks right in, and it's looking pretty fast.
Oh, he fits it beautifully, doesn't he?
He may have made some jetting changes too. The 125s typically a little bit finicky sometimes when it comes to their jetting.
So Chloe Honeychurch still holding off.
Oh, Taran had a bit of a look there, but Josh closed the door side by side through the S's. Yeah, so Josh now knows Taran's there, so this will be interesting.
Big battle just at the bottom of the hill there at the moment. Reece Tan, Mark de Jong. Who else is in there? It could be Lockie Curtis.
Larry has, whatever happened to Larry at the start is, it seems to still be running well. He's making his way back up through the field. But he's got a bit of a gap to close now in front of him. The leaders come around now. Josh has managed to hold the lead down the straight once again. Taran right on his hammer here.
Looking for a run around the outside over the start-finish line. Maybe into turn one. Is he going to go through? He's going to try for it. That's a big move.
Oh, he's going to... Yes, he's run a little bit wide. Oh, Josh straight back up the inside.
Points for trying. That was brave.
Absolutely. The other nice thing about these smaller lightweight bikes is the more wider variety of lines you can take around the track and still be fast. So it generally encourages close racing.
Yeah, you're certainly seeing that at the moment.
We've seen and also the difference between the production bikes and the GP bikes. Quite a big mix of them here, all down the way through the field. And Reece Tan currently running in 7th with a gaggle of riders behind him. They're just queued up.
Yeah, 5 riders in one bunch. That's certainly going on there. Ben Boxhall just returning to the pit, so he's not having much of a weekend. Now, we missed that. Taran Ocean obviously got Josh Vanderputten under brakes at the end of the straight, so Taran does lead for the very first time across the start-finish line. So now the question is going to be asked of Josh Vanderputten. Can he find a way back through?
I'd expect Taryn to go a little bit defensive now with his lines. So with 4 laps remaining, it's going to be a real test now for Josh to analyse what he's doing and see where his strengths are on the 125.
A good pace up the hill. Actually pulled back a little bit on Taryn.
Indeed. So the big test now will be coming down the straight. Reese Tan's been absolutely mugged into turn 1. Don't know what happened there. I missed the start of that, but he got carved up there.
So Taryn Ocean still holding off Josh Vanderputten as they come over the hump, under brakes, and he looks quite comfortable there at the moment. He's not coming under immediate threat from Josh.
Definitely not a lot in it speed-wise. Taryn getting very good drive onto the straight.
Pretty comfortable third place for Chad Wiley, or first in production class. Back to Daniel Griggs. Chloe Honeychurch still holding off Dane Griggs. Then we've got Nathaniel Green. Mark de Jong putting in a good ride.
Nathaniel's come through that pack. He's put a big gap there, so not sure what happened to him at the start, but yeah, he definitely got held up a little bit. Lap time wise, we put him in the 3rd quickest, so we may see him make a little bit more progress before the end of the race.
Poor old Reese Tan, he's getting mugged again. He doesn't know which way to go. Everywhere he goes, there's a bike.
He'll be having some fun though, I'm sure. We turn our attention now back to the leaders coming around, and with 2 to go, it's still neck and neck.
Fastest lap goes to Taryn Ocean on the last lap through. 58.89, 58.93 from Josh Vanderputten. Still nothing at all in it. Josh looking for a way through the S's.
Taryn ran a little bit wide there, so that'll give Josh a bit of encouragement.
It's not as if Taryn's trying to manage it. He's still setting fastest laps, so the pace is red hot. And still, this battle rages further back. Reese Tan from Brody Curtis, I think that is, trying to go around the outside. That must be Lockie Curtis then, is it?
Oh, yeah, Reese got carved again at the S's. He's really not having much luck through there today.
No, he's got Larry Eaton all over the back of him.
Well, he had to stand it up there and lost all his corner speed. So coming around now, Taryn's still in the lead here with 1 to go. So it's all or nothing time for Josh.
He's actually opened it up a bit. So what can Josh do? I'm sure he got half a second to close down, or yep, it is half a second. Good speed through the S's.
Yeah, beautiful line there through the S's by Josh. He's right back on his back wheel now.
He gets really good speed up the hill towards Suckers. He actually closes down a bit on Taryn up there.
So it's going to take a perfect run here onto the straight, I think.
Certainly doable though. If he was to get a good slipstream, and I think he may have just missed. Oh no, he's certainly close enough.
There. And he's going for it. Oh, beautiful move by Josh.
It's not over yet though. Taryn Ocean trying to get around the outside. Who's it going to be, Boyd?
It could not be any closer.
I think Josh Vanderputten just.
I think he got it by about half a wheel length.
0.058 of a second. What a race.
Wow, it does not get any closer than that. I think they passed each other 3 times in the last 2 corners.
Unbelievable.
That was fantastic.
So Chad Wiley just crossing the line to pick up first place in the production class.
The other riders come across. Daniel Briggs just managing to hold off Chloe Honeychurch there. Although in different classes, that was a close battle in the end.
It was.
So Chloe comes across second in production. Lap time in the low 62s, which is quite quick. So should be well pleased with that.
Yeah, riding beautifully. It's great to see her out there. She's no slouch at all.
Followed there across the line by Nathaniel Green. So he'll take home 4th in Lights GP. And yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him at start. I think he might have really missed the start there. So it'll be a case of what could have been there, I think. Hopefully we'll see him get off the line a little bit better next time. And Josh is coming in. He looks pretty stoked.
As he should be, because that was a great ride from both lead riders. It's a shame when somebody has to come second in a battle of that quality, but unfortunately that's the case.
Just goes to show you never give up. He looked, I didn't think he was going to do that move down the straight, but he just got the perfect run, that perfect slipstream, and then pretty much the side by side the whole way around the sweeper. And I don't think you could have done that in another class of bike. So they're providing the thrills out there that the other classes don't or can't, and was probably the closest finish I think I've ever seen here at Basketball, to be honest. Half a wheel length.
Well, you say that, but there was a race earlier today. I'm struggling to remember which one it was, but 0.01 of a second.
Really?
Like, which race was that?
Gee.
You very, very rarely see it. Yes, the lights, GP and lights production classes always turn it on. It's always, usually a very well subscribed class, and the racing is usually pretty cut and thrust, and I'm sure it's a lot of fun for the riders. You've run around in that field for a few years, Boyd?
Yeah, I had some fun out there riding an older, I guess, production bike, a 4-cylinder 250. It started just as a cheap sort of second bike to ride, and ended up
as an expensive one.
Yeah, that's right, as they do.
Yes, they do.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun because you can literally just ride the wheels off it, and the corner speed you can carry on them. It's I don't know, it's a different sort of thrill, I guess, than riding a big bike. They're all about the power and the hard braking. The smaller bikes are all about carrying that corner speed and the ability to ride so closely with the other people and still be, safe, I guess. You get to know your competitors well. You can really ride. You can do those sort of rides side by side. Right on their back wheel, that sort of thing. That's great fun.
Well, speaking of great fun, Tas Supersport's up next. Look at our pole sitter, Jesse Woods, who's already out there on the dummy grid. Marcus Delaney right next to him. We've got Josh Rees, Mitch Hawksley, our race 1 winner. John Hughes was telling me at lunchtime that he's looking to hopefully get a slightly better start and get away with the lead group. He certainly looked like he was going to be in touch with them. He just needed to get away a little better.
Yeah, you'd think the extra CCs of that Triumph 3-cylinder that he's on would help him launch off the line a little bit better than the others. But the bikes all seem very evenly matched in this class. We've seen that perhaps Marcus's bike a little bit quicker down the straight than the others in that first race, but that could simply be down to tyre choice. And just small differences, I guess, can make a big difference in the overall outcome of the race.
Well, gearing as well, because that run onto the straight is so important out of Calvin's. You really need your bike set up so that it's in the meat of the power as it comes onto the straight. So critical for slipstreaming and overtaking.
Well, let's hope he can get away well again here. I'm sure that'll be his goal. Get to turn 1 first. Makes such a difference, especially on these more powerful bikes where the straights are essentially shorter. So it's getting a good run on them makes such a big difference. But if you can get to that corner first, you've got a real advantage. The bike's forming up now.
Just thinking back, I think Marcus Delaney was first. Was Jesse Woods got the jump into turn 1, race 1?
I believe so. Yeah, Marcus got a very good launch and I think he picked up the lead on the first lap. So it's a bit of an ask to get the whole shot from 4th, but personally, I always preferred being on the inside of the track here. So
yeah,
sometimes being third can be a real advantage if you get a good launch.
Well, we're racing, and Martin Long, it looks like he jumped the start by a mile. Otherwise, he anticipated way better than everyone else, but he's away into second place. Jesse Woods does actually pick up the lead. Mitch Hawksley through into second from, is it Marcus Delaney or Jono Hughes into third? I think it might be Jono.
Jono's recovered from a bit of a bad start there to actually pick up third.
It's going to be interesting to see if Martin Long picks up a penalty there. I wasn't watching the light. I just saw him launch before everyone else, way before everyone else.
He definitely, got away a little bit too soon, I would say. In fact, yes, it's flashed up already. He's got a 10-second penalty for the jump start.
Yeah, and that's probably not what the front runners needed, because that's broken up the chasing pack. I think it's balked Marcus Delaney a little.
It's definitely separated them a little bit. Martin, though's been doing pretty well on that 600 lately.
Oh, without a doubt.
He was riding a Honda, and I was talking to him about it. Since he's jumped on the Yamaha, he's just clicked with that machine, and he's dropped like a couple of seconds a lap. It's quite surprising.
Yeah, I don't think
He's
doing Marcus many favours at the moment, though.
Yeah, he definitely held up Marcus there. So I think the good start that Marcus needed has not gone his way.
No, not at all. In fact, he's completely lost touch with the leaders now. I don't think...
he still couldn't get through, so... Yeah, it's going to be a 3-horse race in this one, I think, Chris.
Yeah, I think he's just past Martin now, but you're right. I think the leaders have pretty much bolted for an 8-lap race. It's going to be too big a ask. Mitch Hawksley through on Jesse Woods, so back to his familiar position of leading the Supersport class. Jono Hughes, though, certainly in a much better position for this race. He's right on the back of Jesse Woods, and look, there's nothing to say Jesse's going to lose touch here either. He's becoming more and more familiar with that R6. That's the ex-Hamish Sellers R6, which is very used to rubbing fairings with Mitch Hawksley.
Yes, that bike's done a lot of laps around here, so it should be pretty well set up. But 3 different machines all running very similar pace. I think Jono's bike is perhaps just a touch slower down the straight, but his lines and speed through the S's are right, keeping him right in touch here. But he's going to have to work hard, I think, to try and pull a move. He's right behind the R6 now of Jesse. So he kept well in touch that lap. And the battle's still on for the win.
Yeah, Mitch certainly not breaking away just yet. Jesse doing a great job of holding on to Mitch. It's interesting to see lap times, 56.99. So certainly not as fast as race 1 yet.
One thing I've noticed about Mitch, though, once he gets out front, he quickly gets into a rhythm, and I think he's very, very difficult to get back in front of. Someone needs to show him a wheel here or there, try and break that rhythm a little bit. But already looking like he's got the head down now and pulling a slight gap.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, Boyd. He likes to lead the field, and once he gets in a lead, it's very hard to break that rhythm. As you say, you need to be up there, rubbing shoulders with him a bit.
Yeah, Jesse not giving up by any stretch, but Jono all over him here down the straight. I may have got that a bit wrong about Jono's straight line speed down the straight, because it certainly doesn't seem to be lacking now.
No, not at all.
But Triumph traditionally gets very good drive off the corners, as we see there. I think he's going to go for the move here into turn 1.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
Not quite.
So Mitch Hawksley just pulling out a little bit now. What's the gap there? 0.5 of a second. Just starting to drop off Jesse Woods a little. Marcus Delaney now in clear air, back in 4th.
Fortunately for Marcus, he's sort of doing the same times as the leaders, but he's got that 4-second gap to try and close down, which it's just not going to happen, unfortunately. So the start really cost him. Otherwise, he'd be right there in the battle as well. So Jono again, right on the hammer here. Jesse late on the brakes. He's definitely going to have to come up with a plan B, I think, if he wants to get through. Bike squirming as he puts the power down now, coming onto the front straight. Going for the inside run at turn 1 again. Jesse closes the door.
Yeah, you're right, Boyd. Sometimes you do have to come up with that plan, as hard as it may be. You can't just always wait for an opportunity to present or a door to open. You've got to think about where you may be able to force the door open.
Well, if anyone can do that, it would be Jono.
Yeah, totally
Having
agree.
had a few good battles with him, he's certainly not afraid of having a go. Definitely a very good defensive rider too. Once he gets in front and has to hold a position, he can be a very difficult man to get past.
Definitely.
Having received a few elbow nudges in turn one from him,
True.
I can attest to that.
But he probably hasn't done a lot of one-on-one racing against Jesse. Jesse has done more of his racing in the lights class, so he probably needs to learn what to expect from Jesse.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a good run here, but Jesse so late and takes the classic wide sweeping line, makes it difficult to get close enough to really stick it up the inside.
It looks like he's got a bit of extra pace if he can get past, but that's a big if.
Well, we've got 2 laps to go here, so next time around they'll be getting the last lap board. And Mitch definitely has got a comfortable lead now, although only a small lead of about a second or so. It's really a battle for second now. So this is a good learning experience though for Jesse to be still sticking pretty close to Mitch.
Oh yeah, I thought John Hughes had him. It looked like he's side by side coming over the hump, but Jesse just goes a bit deeper under brakes. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries it's too late. It's last lap. I was going to say tries move into turn one, but that opportunity's now gone.
I think that was his best opportunity, but it's certainly not all over yet.
But given how close he was down the back straight last lap, I think maybe under brakes at the end of the straight. But Jesse is wise to that now. He knows that's a potential threat, so he'll probably keep his line tighter and go deeper under brakes. Doesn't matter so much if he runs a little wide on the exit of that turn at the end of the straight.
Just coming around now, so the all important drive here onto the straight, and they are very close.
It'll take a big lunge from Jono, and as I said, Jesse's wise to it. He goes deep under brakes, and I think that's probably going to be it. A couple of back markers in front.
Yeah, Jesse got a nice smooth run through the sweeper there to hold on for second.
Mitch Hawksley's the man though. He'll pick up the flag again. Nice comfortable win there from Mitch.
So great ride by all 3 of our podium finishers there. Super smooth, no real mistakes. Very, very difficult to pass someone, especially in this class, if they're smooth and consistent, no mistakes, and excellent effort by all 3 of those. Lap times all very, very close, within 3/10. So next race could be interesting again, and hopefully Marcus will get away a little bit better next time to be in that battle as well.
Yeah, you certainly expect him to be because he's got the pace. But I was about to say, Boyd, I think what you see there is the results of people who put in the hard work. You do get consistency. You get a well set up bike, you become smooth and you become fast and hard to overtake because your lines are clean and precise.
Yeah. All those guys, experienced campaigners have had a lot of laps, a lot of time to set their bikes up. Jesse probably not as experienced as the other 3, but seems to have gotten to grips with that bike pretty quickly.
Well, he's shown his class in the smaller categories. We know he's a very, very good rider. I'll be curious to see how he can progress from here because I'm sure he will continue to.
Well, if he can find another couple of tenths, he's going to be right there at the fighting for the win. So I think that'll be definitely. He'll go into the pits now and analyse that ride and have a good think about it. He's a very analytical rider, Jesse. He puts a lot of thought into his racing. So and so much of it is a mental game as well, especially at this level. These guys going as fast as they can. They're looking for any edge they can get on their competition. So it'd be interesting to see who will step up for the next round to challenge Mitch.
Yeah, what I've noticed in Mitch though is he's really such an accomplished rider these days. He's not just fast, but he's consistent. And when people challenge him, he usually can fend it off. He comes out on top most of the time.
Yeah, well, it's the same. The guys, they just need to find those couple of tenths, and I think they'll be right there on him. So it'd be great to see if they can do that. But a good ride there from David Bartels in fifth space as well. He another one who I think has been doing a bit of riding over in the Vic Championships with the Motorcycle City team. So he's sort of coming along too, getting a little bit faster.
Yeah, Dave's been going really well. He had a really good meeting here at Baskerville. Maybe I don't know if it was the last state round here or one last year, but he'd been going really, really well. Unfortunately, had a little spill up the top of the hill at Suckers, which put a bit of a dent in his day. But regardless of that, I've just seen him continue to step it up. And certainly, Greg Davies and the Motorcycle City team are doing wonderful things in producing some good riders. Clearly, they've got Jason Spencer. Mitch Hawksley's a product of that setup. And now we've got David Bartels in there, Hayden Roper, Harley Phipps.
Yeah, a very professional outfit too. They you go past their pit setup there, they do it really well.
Yeah, expect nothing less from Greg. He's been involved in racing for a very long time himself and runs a professional outfit. And it's great to see what he's brought to local racing again. He's injected a lot of effort into supporting local racing, and I think that was a big part of the reason why 600 racing, we saw the re-emergence of it.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely adds to the spectacle here too for the spectators who come out for a look, walking around the pits. The lights tent too is always a good attraction. Their nice marquee setup they have up the back there.
I do often say, for anyone sitting on the hill, please do feel free to come down and have a look at the bikes and talk to the riders. It's a very friendly pit area, unless someone's just lost a race, don't talk to them. But 9 times out of 10, riders are only too happy to talk to you and have a good chat about what's going on in their world for the day. So don't feel at all afraid about coming down and walking around, having a look at the machinery and talking to the riders.
Yeah, everyone always seems to get along pretty well at these meetings. So definitely a sense of camaraderie, and everyone's here for the same thing, to have fun.
So Tassie Junior's back out on track, and great to see so far. Gusso Halloran is rolling around and his bike appears to be working. Now here's the test up the hill. Is it going to make it? That's the best we've seen so far.
By far, yeah. I don't know exactly what's been going on with the bike, but apparently it just keeps losing power. It'll go all right, then it will stop, then it will come back. So.
Well, Chief Mechanic Mike Green has indicated he's got both fingers crossed, so I think that's a vote of confidence, is it, Mike? Yeah, absolutely. Gus was telling me at lunchtime that it wasn't his fault. He hadn't broken it. It was the mechanic's fault. Let's hope he gets a race in. It'd be great to see him out there mixing it up.
So the rider's coming around now, and I think, yes, here he comes. So he's made it round, so that's a good start.
Isaac Simmons, the man to beat. Very comfortable winner in race 1, although, as you pointed out, Boyd, David Coward wasn't that far behind on the 4-stroke R15.
He was only roughly a second off the pace. So he just needs to find a little bit of time, but a very, very consistent run from him too, which is good to see.
Ava Connell in 3rd, rounding up the front row. So the red light is on, racing, and David Coward, I thought, got away the best, but then had another go at the clutch, so it actually let Isaac Simmons through into the lead. He'll head the field for the first time through 1.
Well, Gus has got a good launch.
Well, look out, this might be it. He's got a great run so far. It's going to be interesting to see if it's running well, how it compares to that RS85 in front of him.
This is the real test now up the hill, so seems to be pretty good so far.
It looks very strong, doesn't it? In fact, it's pulled out a little bit on David Coward.
I think he even closed in a little bit there on Isaac. So Could be on here.
Run down the back straight's going to be the test. Isaac Simmons is the man at the moment. Probably got a 1 second gap over Gus O'Halloran, but looks to be strong at the moment. So fingers crossed. David Coward still in striking distance. He's holding in there nicely. O'Connell just coming over the hump. Jet Pryor. But so far, it's Isaac Simmons from Gus O'Halloran, David Coward. What's the gap there, Boyd? It's 1.4 seconds.
Isaac with a lovely run around the sweeper there. He definitely pulled out a little bit of time, but Gus closing back in through the S's. Running a little bit wide there, perhaps. I don't know how many laps Gus has actually had on this bike to get used to it with the rain yesterday, and obviously problems earlier this morning. But gee, I'll tell you what, he's still right there.
He certainly is. I was about to say these little bikes with very low horsepower. I'm sure you need to be very, very economical in your lines. You can't afford to get offline too much. You got to stay tucked in and economical.
Yeah, well, we saw that there with Gus running a little bit wide through the S's, but got it back online pretty quickly. Quite manoeuvrable, these little bikes, but corner speed is everything.
The question here is, has he closed down that gap? It certainly hasn't extended, I don't think.
No, he's sort of matching pace at the moment.
So 1.4 seconds was the gap last time round. I think it's come down a bit. We're about to tell you. So it was 1.4. 0.43. Gus O'Halloran on fire.
Well, yeah, Gus that lap over a second quicker, and now right on the back wheel.
Lap time 1:10.88.
So quite impressive lap times from these two. That would put them right in the thick of it in the lights class.
It's probably very close to the junior lap record as well. Now Gus all over the back wheel of Isaac Simmons. It's going to be great to see these two down the back straight this time.
The question is, does Isaac know that he's there? Probably not at this stage.
I suggest he's about to.
He's about to get a little bit of a surprise here. We could see a bit of a slipstream down the straight.
So here we go. Down the straight. Isaac tucked in behind. Gus tucked in behind Isaac. It looks to me like Isaac's bike might be a fraction faster.
Yeah, it's definitely still got the legs slightly down the straight. But we did see Gus get a really nice run around the sweeper last lap. So still right there. And he's going for it.
Through on the inside.
Straight up the inside. Well, if Isaac didn't know before, he certainly does now.
Right as the last lap board appears. So now it's pressure on.
Gus is off the track. Oh, no.
It's going to be wet out there too.
Oh, he's taking a shortcut, I think. He's heading straight for suckers.
Oh, well, if no one sees it.
I believe, yes, he is going to rejoin. Well, I think there's going to be a penalty in order
he wants
here.
To be careful there too. Well, Isaac's going to be wondering, where did you come from?
Well, this is going to have them looking in the rule book here, I think, about rules for shortcutting, because he's ended up right back on the back wheel. Really, though, I don't think he gained much time after all that.
Well, maybe that's what it comes down to, that it's, as long as you don't gain an advantage, which he hasn't, he may.
Well, I don't think it's going to stop him going for the win here.
He's going around the outside this time.
You won't worry about it later.
Oh, don't tell him he's going to pick it up.
Oh, he got another side-by-side finish. There was probably less than half a wheel length in that one in the end.
Isaac Simmons gets it by 0.01 of a second. Unbelievable.
Is that the third time today?
That's the third time today.
Well, certainly producing close racing, even if you do cut half the track. But that was quite eventful. I think that's the most eventful junior race I've ever seen, Chris.
I think it was.
I think that was the most exciting race of the day, I'd almost say. So hopefully you all didn't miss that down there. That was really good.
The great thing, of course, is the bike made the whole race, so that means he should be back for the next one. Well, that was race 3. Was that race 3?
Well, I must.
That was 2, wasn't it?
That was only race 2.
Great, right.
Yeah, a couple more to go yet, but I think I'm glad that Isaac did probably get that 0.1 of a second across the line there. Otherwise, we could be witnessing a few protest actions, perhaps down in the steward's office. But yeah, that'll be interesting. What will actually come of that result. So either
Yeah,
way, though, it was still a fantastic finish.
I can't say I know the answer to that, but I would have thought it's you can't gain an advantage from it.
Yeah. So well, I guess the lap times will tell all if he actually gained an advantage or not. But yeah, it's definitely something I've never seen before. Someone cut the half the track and pretty much end up in about the same spot they otherwise would have been in.
Well, it goes to show there's a first for everything. But very, very entertaining.
And impressive though by Gus not to drop it on that slippery wet grass out there.
Oh, totally.
But, he must have a bit of motocross experience, I think, so to keep it upright.
But also, as you said, I don't know that he's ever actually raced it. Now, Isaac is clearly riding very well. He's had a fair bit of time on that RS85, so for young Gus to be up there challenging him, good ride.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we don't know a whole lot about the bike that Gus is on. It's where Isaac's RS is a converted 125. Gus's bike is a bespoke junior racer. I think comes from Italy, but where they obviously they start road racing at a very young age over there. But it seems to be a pretty competitive package straight out of the box, considering their very very limited setup times. So, yeah,
It
good
certainly
to see.
provided some entertainment.
That it sure did. Now, speaking of entertainment, I think our next class is the superbike class.
It is the superbike class. I managed to have a quick word with race one winner, Brett Simmons. He was saying that he did feel a little bit of fatigue, not as much as he was expecting, which was a relief for him. And that was, I guess, demonstrated by the fact he was just hitting 53 nines consistently and looked fairly comfortable doing it. So that's ominous for his competitors for race two.
Yeah, very impressive effort by Brett that race to come back and be so consistent. So yeah, it's he'll be a little bit more tired now after the first race efforts, and I wouldn't say it's exactly warm out there, but it's probably heating up a little bit. So the guys are definitely working hard in this one. Still an 8-lap journey for this next race. So 8 laps on a superbike around here. It might not sound like much, but it's a long eight laps.
Well, just to, I guess, demonstrate how it works your body in different areas, Brett was saying that one area he felt it after he got off the bike was in the back of his neck. And that's from all the hard braking, and you're carrying the weight of a helmet on your head as well. And I can relate to that. I'll often feel I've got a sore neck after a day's racing.
Yeah, definitely the neck and the triceps, especially the left hand side, like your left hand shoulder. Doing the tour around here after an hour stint, my whole left arm and shoulder was just basically seized up, just from because your left hand side of your body especially doesn't get much of a rest around this track.
No, it is hard work, as we've said many times. So Jason Spencer, he seemed pretty comfortable with his race one. Bit of an eye on points, and only needing to do what he needs to do. But Jason, being a racer, if he gets away well with Brett, there's no doubt at all that he'll try and run with him. And he's also wise enough to know that there is still probably a few things he can pick up from Brett, because Brett knows this track so well. Now, the other bike of interest down there is the one Jeremy Huddleston is riding. I didn't twig to the fact it's not his own bike. I thought it was his bike with new fairings, but it's actually owned by Todd Tatnall, a friend of Jeremy's, and it's the ex-Jed Metcher ASPK bike from last year.
Oh, wow. So it'd be a pretty high specification machine then.
It certainly is. So Jeremy was saying it's notably different to his other bike. Wheel stands a lot more. It's a lot faster, but it's also got a lot more electronic aids. So quite different to ride. Great to ride and very adjustable.
Yeah, well, Jed Metcher, of course, no stranger to Baskerville, having come down here for the 2-hour meetings a couple of times and set some extremely fast laps around this track. So probably knows how to set up a bike as well.
He certainly does. He actually did a coaching course down here, and he's one of the most impressive coaches I've seen for his ability to actually explain exactly what it is that people should be looking for. Very knowledgeable guy, and one of the nicest guys you'll meet as well. Great ride from Jed at Phillip Island last weekend. He was running in the lead group with Mike Jones and Crew Halliday, Troy Herfoss. It was good to see Jed in his privately owned team to be running the pace of the lead riders in ASBK.
Yeah, the ASBK this year has certainly been a great contest. It seems that it's been rejuvenated a little bit the last couple of years, and some really close battles, and some big name riders, and then some of the lesser names, I guess you'd call them, still right up there and mixing it with them. So yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and not just being dominated by one particular brand. Every racetrack you see different machines up there.
Yeah, it's such a shame that they're not coming down to Simmons Plains as was originally planned for this year, but we certainly would love to see the Australian Superbikes back here in Tassie. But yeah, the field of these Tasmanian Superbikes about to head out now and turn it on for us.
You do mention the 2 hour though, Boyd. It's great that we do manage to get riders of the calibre of Jed Metcher and Mike Jones. We've had many of the ASBK guys come down and compete at our 2 hour, so it's always one to look out for. It's a great race, great race meeting.
Yeah, that's right. I think the general vibe and then around the pits, and especially with the mainlanders come down, and they all really enjoy it. So hopefully word spreads amongst them and get more of them keen to come down and have a crack. And they all love the circuit here too. Everyone's been very complimentary about our track and how much fun it is.
Yeah, that's one thing we always hear, regardless of who they are. They always walk away saying that was a fantastic meeting and a great racetrack. So Jason Spencer, the first bike to come around to grid up. Always impressive to watch Jason riding his CBR 1000 around Baskerville.
So the other factor in this race is the different tyres the bikes are on. Jason running the Pirellis and Brett on Dunlops. Although similar machines, the tyres can make a big difference to the speed of these superbikes.
Particularly their grip in the opening laps. That seems to be where the differences are between the tyres. But we're about ready for a start. Red light is on. Racing. Brett Simmons away to a customary good start, but so too Jason Spencer. But I think it's actually going to be Scott Honeychurch who will slot in front of Jason, and he does. So that's probably not what Jason wanted, but it is what Scott Honeychurch wanted.
It was a great launch by Scott. He nearly had the whole shot then, but just got his nose wiped by Brett into turn one.
Jeremy Huddleston away nicely as well. Now that might be electronics on that R1 working to his advantage. Wade Schrader behind him. I think that's then Josh Rees. It's Brett Simmons, true to form, stretching the field out, coming through Calvin's onto the back straight for the first time. All the thousands watch him over the hump. They were all lifting the front wheels. Well, Brett was saying that he was copying a bit of wind down there, and race one he had to drop the front wheel because he was heading off track because of the wind. Oh, Jason Spencer spinning up, trying to get a drive on Scott Honeychurch over the start-finish line, so that's not what he wanted. Looking through, go through on the inside, gets that done nicely, but Scott Honeychurch does the over and under. Nice move, Scott.
Scott's a wily old campaigner. He saw that one come a long way back. So, still holding some good speed here through the S's. But I think Jason will be ruining that start now, not getting away with Brett.
Oh, it's spinning up a lot, that bike of Jason's. It's I'm guessing he's just getting a bit aggressive on the throttle, trying to get a run on Scott Honeychurch. I don't think it's anything to do with the tyre. As you were saying before, Boyd, the amount of horsepower these bikes have got, they spin the tyre pretty easily.
Yeah, especially when on the first lap when it's still a bit cold like that. So the pace is definitely hot here though. It'd be interesting to see the lap time now on their first flying lap. So Brett down to a 55.9 from Scott Honeychurch.
Jason Spencer through again on Scott Honeychurch and will make it stick this time. So that lap time, Boyd, was a 55.1 from Brett Simmons.
Yeah, so he put a good 7/10 into him there. So the other guys all lapping about the same speed. Spencer through now. So again, a big ask. It's not quite a second, but it's going to be a big ask for him to reel that gap in.
Now, who's impressing me here is Jeremy Huddleston, right on the back of Scott Honeychurch, a bike he's not familiar with, and he's gone through to 55.8.
Yeah, that's pretty good speed.
That's a very good speed.
We haven't really mentioned Jason Wiley, but he's right in the thick of that as well. And all these guys lapping pretty consistent sort of pace.
Actually, Jason Wiley, is he?
Actually, what's going on there? No, sorry. Where is Jason Wiley?
I don't think he's out there. I don't know if he's...
Indeed, I thought I saw him flash up on the timing screen then, but I must be mistaken. I don't think he has made the start.
I don't think he gridded up, so I don't know if that's a bit of fatigue setting in. He was saying his back was getting a little sore.
Okay, well that's going to make the championship a little interesting then. No points from this race.
Gap starting to stretch out a little more at the front. Brett Simmons probably has, what was it last time through? 2 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised if that's out to 3 by now. Over Jason Spencer. Jason did take a little bit of getting past Scott Honeychurch, and they are starting to gap him. But I'll tell you what, like I say, Jeremy Huddleston, isn't he riding well? Right on the back of Scott Honeychurch.
Yeah, that bike sliding around a lot, but still driving forward quite well through the sweeper there.
Which bike was that, Boyd?
On Jeremy Huddleston there. So we saw his back tyre step out a couple of times, but it's still driving forward, and that might be those electronics you were mentioning, Chris, on that bike. They're obviously quite sophisticated. It's nice and smooth up the hill as well.
Might motivate Jezza to upgrade potentially.
Yeah, it'll be a bit hard going back to the standard bike after this, I imagine. But, I know the superbike rules these days are a lot more limited in what you can and can't do with them inside the engine. But obviously, still a few tricks for these higher spec bikes.
Brett Simmons goes through 54.2, slightly slower than he did in race 1, so maybe conditions have dropped a little, or he's just backing out of it a little because he can afford to. Now, Jeremy was saying that the engine in that R1 was built by Valentino Rossi's old mechanic, who lives in Queensland.
Oh, wow.
So it's had some nice preparation behind it. It's no wonder that it's working well, and Jed knows how to set a motorcycle up too. So looks like it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's only so much engine you can really use on a small track like this, but definitely it's not so much about the overall peak horsepower number. It's how it puts its power to the ground. And Jezza, I guess, pretty well experienced with that R1 engine now. The R1's pretty well regarded as an engine that has great feel and connection to the back tyre. It certainly seems to be the bike of choice for all the privateers in ASBK at the moment. Large number of Yamahas competing. So they're certainly a good package.
And not slow either.
Yeah, well, Brett, of course, ran the R1 for a few years here before he switched back to his Hondas.
Yeah, I'm just thinking at ASBK level. Yeah, maybe the Panigales have a slight straight line speed advantage, but the R1s are not slow.
Yeah.
But Brett Simmons certainly doing it pretty comfortably at the moment as he wheelies over the hump on the back straight. Jason Spencer probably 4 seconds in arrears now. So Brett in his customary position out in front.
Yeah, Brett about roughly half a second a lap quicker. But still an impressive effort from Jason here. They're still extremely fast lap times, lapping in the mid-54s. There's not only a handful of people who can say they've lapped Baskerville quicker than a 55-second lap.
That's for sure.
Very impressive pace.
Now, I don't know what happened to Jeremy Huddleston, but he's dropped right off the back now of Scott Honeychurch. So Maybe he had a moment somewhere that we didn't pick up. Still circulating.
Yeah, his lap time there is his last lap.
57.49.
Yeah, so he definitely had a little bit of a bobble there somewhere.
It's, this lap, race quickly drawing to a close. Brett Simmons just coming off the end of the back straight now, entering the sweeper. So getting ready to come round and pick up the checkered flag. So another very comfortable and impressive win from Brett Simmons. So too Jason Spencer in second place.
Jason still pushing to the end there. A lovely slide from the back tyre as he rounds the sweeper there. So controlled. It's a lot of fun. When you're gelling with the machine and just using the back tyre sliding around to sort of steer it, finish off the corner. So he'd still be pretty pleased with that race, I reckon.
You've seen a few people do that, Boyd.
It's probably the most impressive I've seen was actually following Mike Jones in the 2 hour when he came past to lap me, and just
you didn't need to add that last bit.
He was when and he just watching the back tire of his bike just snaking around, and the tire would step out and square off the corner a little bit more, and he was just gone. It was just wow.
So which bike was he racing then?
On the Panigale, when he was with Jason Wiley.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, very, very impressive to watch.
Yes, hope to see Mike back here again. He's always up for coming back to Baskerville. Does love racing here. He loves the 2 hour.
Well, he's still got unfinished business here, hasn't he? He had rotten luck a couple of times with fuel and other issues. So has he ever did he actually lift the trophy? Or I can't remember now.
He won the race with Robbie Bugden on Rod Garrett's old CBR 1000 Fireblade. That's when Buggy went first and he ground the end of the gear lever off.
That's right.
So, it's the other way around. Mike Jones ground the end of the gear lever off.
That's right, and he finished the whole race in third or something.
Yeah, so Buggy had to finish the second half of the race in one gear. And they still managed to come away with the trophy. Had a lot of fun.
Yes, I think that bike of Rod's I think has probably done more laps in the 2 hour than just about any other bike I'd say. I know I did a couple of stints on it. It's competed in most of the races. It keeps on soldiering on.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there isn't anyone who's not done a 2 hour on that bike.
Yeah, I think there was 4 people teaming up on it at one point, wasn't there?
And I'm speaking nationally. Yeah, there were, I think it was a team of 4 a couple of years ago. That was Len Bester, Rod Garrett, Brad Wooten, and Quinny. Used to race the 250 GP bike. I can't think of his Christian name.
Andrew Quinn.
That's right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's it. The 2 hours a good event for people who don't necessarily compete all year round, such as stuff to get out and have a ride. So hopefully we'll see a good return of those bikes and those people this year.
As you said, though, you do tend to pay for it physically the next day.
Yeah, well, they say pain is temporary, glory is forever. So that completes round 2 of the races. So we're now back to race 3 for Formula Baskerville, Formula 3 Golden Era up to 500cc. Bikes are making their way now to the dummy grid.
I think Hamish Sellers will be the man to beat again. 20-odd second lead in race 2, so did that very comfortably. I can't see him being challenged. We had some fantastic battles further back.
Yeah, it'll be hopefully another good entertaining scrap between the horde of SVs and the lightweight bikes of Daniel Briggs and Larry Eden, trying to scrap their way through and hold them off down the straight. So another good mix of machinery out there.
Yeah, Larry Eaton on the motard certainly had a busy race too. All those SV650s around him.
John Cran's out there on the Ninja 250, the ZXR 250 screaming 4-cylinder. I did catch up with John during the lunch break, and congratulate him on his first race heroics there in the wet. He's still smiling from it. He said it's the best race he's ever had. So,
Ever?
Yep, he said ever. So he was well pleased with himself, and so he should be. It was an excellent ride.
Fantastic.
And it's good to see someone like John who's been around racing for so long and still enjoying it so much and getting that thrill from it. So it's good inspiration for people like me who think, oh, maybe have I had enough? Do I want to get back out there and race again? I think after seeing stuff like that, the answer is yes, I do want to.
Well, that's good to hear. Because we do enjoy watching you go around, Boyd.
Yes, it would have been good to be out there chasing Chip around, see if I can show him a wheel or two. But he's looking very, very fast and smooth. As I say, I think the others have got a real uphill battle to try and hang with him. I know in the past the Formula 3 class has been combined with some of the pre-modern open and bigger bikes, which can be a real problem because you just can't get past them in the corners and they blast you down the straights. So it's good to see that get a good bit of clear run here for the F3 boys.
Yeah, I think this is quite a good grouping. It seems to work very, very well.
Indeed, yeah.
So the red flag coming in, ready for a race start.
So hopefully no jump starts this time. There's been a few now.
Racing, that's a nice clean start by the looks of it.
Great start by Larry. He's coming flying up the outside.
But it's Chip Sellers who'll pick up the lead as the field sorts themselves out. He's away to a flyer, and that's it's going to be Jim or Ben Aby in second, and the other one in third. Both running similar looking bikes, so very hard to pick from here. Rob Scott fourth from Larry Eaton. And that would be Garth Newton. CBR 600, I guess, of Harley Phipps just out dragging Garth Newton up the hill.
A real mix of bikes here. So when they get to the straight, this one is definitely going to sort out the differences between them. I think. So I think Garth actually. I know it's Rob Scott there who is getting sized up down at the end of the straight here by Harley, but no, he's held him off.
It is Harley. Is that looks like it?
Yeah, so a good battle forming here between the SV, the CBR 600, and Larry on his KTM Motard.
And through on Rob Scott is Harley Phipps. That's a nice move.
Using the extra power there, but held the line nicely and a good corner speed to finish it off. Actually, we might have called that one incorrectly there. It is the other Motorcycle City bike, number 55 of Hayden Roper, who's up there in fifth place.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I thought that might have been the case. So apologies to Hayden.
But he's managed to... Oh, a big lunge there from Rod at the top of the hill to take that place back. So Rod Scott feeling racy and certainly not backing down from the fight here.
As the gap continues to extend.
So just ahead of them, though, the AB boys also involved in a good battle there for second, still nose to tail. And Rob Scott again under brakes.
He's got the fire in the belly, hasn't he, Rob Scott? He's having another good meeting here at Baskerville.
Yeah, so I think this battle's likely to rage.
You're right, it is Hayden Roper on bike 55, closely followed by Larry Eaton, who's trying to keep in touch.
So a good battle still going on right down the field here. Looks like John Krantz has got some more company from some of the bigger, faster bikes. He's pulling the move around the outside through turn 2, and he's patented line there on the little 250.
Just wondering if he's the only bike in Golden Era 500. Is there anyone else in there?
No, we've got Garth Newton leading that at the moment.
Oh, of course, yes.
In 7th, but yeah, good battle forming there down the field.
So race leader, Chip Sellers, just crossing the line now. He's out to, what is it, about a 8 or 10 second gap. Looks actually more than that on track.
Yeah, I think he's, he was probably, his lap times, he's lapping 5 seconds faster than everyone else nearly. So, yeah.
So
very impressive performance here.
James Aby in second, his brother Ben in third. That'd be an interesting conversation going home, sharing the car.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if there's any bit of side bet action going on there between those two. Like,
Yeah.
but,
Larry Eaton all over the back of Hayden Roper, trying to get round him at the bottom of the hill there. The 600 is probably going to outdrag the Motard up the hill, is it?
Larry's got to punch off the turn there and taking a bit of a defensive line.
Yeah.
So
Rob Scott's bolted as well. He's pulled out on Larry.
Rob lapping now at similar pace, and the bike's ahead of him. So it'd be interesting to see now a bit of clear track if he can close that gap down a bit. 4 laps to go. He's not completely out of it here. If he can get a little, probably just needs to find maybe 3/10. Get himself back in the thick of it.
Larry got passed down the straight by the CVR, but then lunged back under brakes and made it stick. He's having a great ride there.
Oh, what a big...
Oh.
Some interesting lines there, but they made it through. So I guess that's what it's all about for these Formula Baskerville riders. You know, getting some experience, learning some racecraft, trying some different lines, and hopefully not getting it wrong.
Hopefully not getting it wrong. That's right.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an unusual line, that one, but he'll learn from that.
Of course, there's nowhere else to experience or learn how to overtake people in a race situation. You can't really do it on ride days, and it's tough. You know, sometimes, as we said before, Boyd, the door can be closing on you. You can be carrying a bit of extra pace, and you need to judge it to perfection. And
you're right. It's something that just comes with experience, and it's hopefully you don't learn the hard way by getting it wrong. But that's one of the best things about road racing is the thrill you get from riding in close proximity to other bikes and putting on some nice moves. It's a lot of fun. As we see Larry again.
Around the outside of Rob Scott.
So Larry's really closed that gap. Rob might have his work cut out for him here. Larry's all over him like a cheap suit. And around the outside again. Oh. I think Rob had to roll out of it then. There was just no real estate. So Larry getting super aggressive. He's carrying some good pace though, Larry, at the moment, isn't he? He's pulled Rob back pretty quickly. Yeah, they definitely lost some time now with all that scrapping to the guys ahead of them. But Rob will be hammered down here. It's got some speed, hasn't it, down the back straight? I think Larry will be looking for that outside line. Rob taking a nice line there, very defensive line. But Larry's finding all sorts of lines, inside, outside. Neither of them worked that time, but I think he'll try again. Poor Rob doesn't know which way it's going to come from. Around the outside. Right around the outside this time. So Larry a little bit wide here, though. He's had to roll out of it. He's all right. It is a position of trust, though, isn't it? Passing a rider on the outside. Well, that's right. You just got to hope that they don't wash the front or something like that and take you down. Or even run to the white line themselves. But Rob has lunged up the inside. Certainly seems to like that inside line at Suckers. We've seen him pull a couple of moves there now. So he should get back past Larry, back down the straight. It's got the speed. Well, Larry got a good run through Calvin, so this will be interesting. Rob Scott once again back past Larry Eaton. These two are having an absolute ball. Larry's throttle cable is going to be about an inch longer by the end of this race, I think. But, here we go. Back markers. This is going to make things interesting. Larry Eaton around the outside again. Well, there's one more lap, so this will be the test. Who can hold out the longest? Rob holding a nice tight line this time. If anything, Rob Scott's getting the easier overtake than Larry. Larry's having to ride around the outside. Well, they've definitely closed back in on second here too, so it's not over yet, but I think the battle here will be for the minors. But what an entertaining battle it is. We can't take our eyes off it at the moment. I think, as we say, that Chip Seller crosses the line for the win, but all eyes up at Salkers there for the battle here. Rob Scott, for the first time in a while, leading through Calvin, so now Larry's really got his work cut out. I don't know he's going to be able to do it from there with Rob Scott having extra speed down the straight. Great battle between John Kranz and Eleanor Renton as well. 250 versus 400. They come to the braking zone. Rob's got a comfortable lead there now. I think he's been super precise on this last lap, and he's closed in quite a long way. I'm interested to see the lap time here.
Ben Avey getting the better of brother James Avey and Rob Scott.
Yeah, so Rob said is easily his fastest lap of the race there to clinch the 4th position. So brilliant ride by Rob Scott. Very impressive to get down and fend off the many challenges of Larry there. So it's always tricky when someone's crawling all over you like that, isn't it, Chris? And you're just thinking, where are they going to pass me next?
Absolutely.
It can be very difficult to hold your nerve and hit your apexes and keep consistent, but he did it there.
Particularly when they're passing around the outside as well.
Yeah, you don't know which side they're going to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, but definitely points to Larry for trying there. He put on a great show.
Oh, tell me they're not having a big laugh at the moment under their visors.
Well, Larry's lap time there too. His quickest lap 62.4. So that's actually the second fastest lap out of the entire field.
Wow.
So yeah, pretty amazing really when you look at the type of machinery he's on.
Well, that was entertaining.
Absolutely, and there's probably some more good battles on down the field there. We missed looking at the finishing order there.
Yeah, well, I did call it. John Cran's just getting the better of Eleanor Renton as they went over the line. So John's really loving his racing today. Of course, Eleanor being on the larger capacity 400, so he would have had his work cut out keeping up with that.
Yeah, it's the difference between the 400s and the 250s is it's not massive, but when you've really got to work for it, it ran through every corner. It makes it all that more satisfying when you finish in front of the bigger capacity bikes. We didn't really see much of Darren Grice out there, but it's good to see Darren back out there as well. Another rider coming back from a fairly nasty crash earlier in the year. I think he had a broken bone of some sort as well from memory. I can't remember what it was, but
I think he did a collarbone.
Yeah, I know what that's like. It's not much fun. So it's good to see these guys getting back out there and getting some good laps under their belt.
On the whole, though, there's no getting away from the fact that motorsport's dangerous, but at club level, most people do get away pretty well. You do get the occasional more severe injury, but 9 times out of 10 when people fall off, they dust themselves up off and get back to the pits and fix the bike up and they're back out.
Well, that's true. I've been racing for nearly 10 years, and breaking my collarbone last year was the only time really my luck finally ran out. But thankfully it's all healed. No ramifications really from it, and back to normal life, and hopefully back to racing soon. So, and the other nice thing, if you fall off out here, there's really not many things to hit versus on the road. You generally go for a little bit of a slide and that's it.
Well, that's absolutely true, and that's really where the majority of injury comes from, hitting something solid. And on the racetrack, luckily, they give you plenty of runoff, and that's why most times you can pretty much jump up and be back on your bike again. You might feel a little bit of tenderness the following day, potentially. Things might get been stretched in different directions, but usually, as I say, most people get back on pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, thankfully, all the few riders that slipped off earlier in the day have all made it back out there. So it's good when man and machine can continue to compete, especially when it's like the first race. No one likes falling off in practice or the first race.
And there's no doubt that safety gear has improved out of sight as well over the years. The quality of riders' leathers these days, the back protectors, you've got chest protectors, the boots are so much more solid than they used to be. Helmets are of a very, very high standard, such as gloves. So good gear really does help protect people.
Yeah, but looking at some of the gear it passed at work, as an old set of leathers that were used out here back in the early 90s, and looking at them like you wouldn't get in them these days. You'd take one look at it and go, no way. It's come a long way.
It's all relative though, isn't it, to what you believe is appropriate equipment?
Well, I mean, at one point they were riding around in the old pudding basin helmets around the Isle of Man, weren't they?
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
And what I was saying before about the early picture of the cars racing around here at Baskerville having a picnic on the outside of the sweeper with no fence. Whoever thought that would be dangerous?
Yeah, well, of course, another big advancement we've had recently is the airbag technology. That's a great thing. I'm sure that saved a lot of injury and becoming a lot more affordable now too. You can buy vests that will go under a lot of leathers, so you're not necessarily locked into buying a complete suit as such. Gives you a little bit more freedom and flexibility of the type of gear you want to wear, but that extra level of protection. So yeah, it's great to see the technology coming along and filtering down to the club level.
Important for riders that gear is not only safe but comfortable. Feeling comfortable on your bike is a really important part of feeling good with your bike and your whole outfit. You don't want to be fighting things that are too tight, or as you said before, Boyd, feeling like a cheap suit.
Yep.
You feel good. You feel comfortable on your bike. You do tend to ride better.
Oh, it makes all the difference. Absolutely.
Sorry, you go, Boyd.
I was to say even something as simple as getting your foot pegs in the right position and that sort of thing. I've ridden bikes where was uncomfortable after 10 minutes, and then you move the pegs down a centimetre or something like that, and it makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly the same thing. So many riders just will ride their bike the way it came to them, and there's a lot of adjustment you can do to make your bike more comfortable.
Yeah, I remember the ex-Australian World Endurance Champion Steve Martin saying once when he would go practicing with his endurance teammates, and the French riders would come in and they'd want the handlebars moved 2 millimeters this way and the pegs 2 millimeters that way. And then he said they'd fall off in the race and the levers and the pegs would be pointing everywhere and they'd go just as fast, if not faster. So probably can go the other way a little bit too sometimes. But again, it comes back to being the mental game, having confidence and feeling comfortable can make you go a lot faster as well and be a lot safer at the limit. So yeah, definitely a machine preparation comes into it as well as having the right gear.
I think what I've found over the years is anything you can do to help you focus on the race rather than having distraction is a good thing. So if you're uncomfortable or your body's hurting, that's going to take away from your focus on what you're there for, which is to race and how you make the most of your day and race your competitors. So keep working at that and make sure, including what you're doing in the pits, is really get your bike prepared beforehand and come out to the racetrack thinking about your racing, not just I've got to fix that thing on the bike.
Well, moving along to race 3 now for the pre-modern superbike super sport golden era over 500cc, and these big powerful bikes from what are they, 10 to 20 years ago, still quite quick.
Yeah, well, our golden era runs up to the end of '99 now, doesn't it? It did move forward, and then our pre-modern goes up to 2000 and what is it, 15? 5.
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
5.
2005. so really by 2005, they were still quite fast machines, and you'd probably find with the right rider on board, these machines would still be quite competitive against modern 600cc, 1000cc's at club level.
Well, we've seen that. The bike that Bob Sellers is on was ridden by his son, Hamish Sellers, in a 2-hour a couple of years ago and was running competitively at running 54-second lap times.
Yeah. So it goes to show that these bikes are still very, very fast, and a good thrill to ride, and hopefully provide some more good racing. I'd like to see in this race, it'd be good to see Don Fenton get away and get a good start, because I think he's got the capable of running the pace of these front runners, and I think just getting the toe would help a lot. But all these big powerful bikes, they're all very good off the line. We've got a couple of 750s in there.
Good to see Jason Wiley gridding up as well. He missed the last superbike race, so nice that he's out here in the, for him, Golden Era Open. It's always great to see the old GSX-R11 going around.
Yeah, I'm sure a bike you can definitely relate to, Chris.
Yeah, I've certainly raced a few of those. A lot of fun, and actually more capable than they probably look.
Yeah, they definitely one of the oldest style bikes in the field here, but by no means uncompetitive. I'd be looking to him probably be the favourite here.
I think so. Red lights on, racing, and James Ryan got a bit of a shocker. To be honest, I think it might be Jason Wiley through. No, it will be Bob Sellers who'll pick up the lead from Stuart Bug, who got a beauty. But look, Jason Wiley straight down the inside of Bob Sellers. That's not what Bob wanted.
James Ryan too making moves there, but ran a little bit wide and lost his position again.
Oh, Don Fenton nicely underneath James Ryan. So that's exactly where Don wanted to be, and you were looking for as well, Boyd.
Yeah, he got the start we were hoping for, and now he should have the grunt up the hill here, and indeed he does. He's passed Stuart Bug into suckers.
So this is going to be interesting to see what he can do, because he's not far at all off the back of Bob Sellers, and Bob's close enough that he may be able to put a pass or a move on Jason Wiley down the back straight. So this is going to be interesting. He's certainly close.
Yes, well, I'm sure Don will be out for revenge after his battle with Bob at the previous round. Those two went at it hammer and tongs. I believe,
I certainly did.
Bob got the better of him, so now's his chance for some redemption. Get into a bit of a groove here. Running very wide there onto the straight. But manages to keep it all under control.
So certainly Bob Sellers all over the back of Jason Wiley at the moment. In fact, looking even a little bit held up through the S's. Maybe what you'd expect from the later model bike behind the old 1100. Look at that drive up the hill. Fantastic from Bob Sellers.
That was really surprising. He just blasted past him.
Well, if you talk to Bob Sellers, he reckons he copied that from Brett Simmons, so he calls that the Brett Simmons line. And Brett always looks at him in wonder. It's like, what are you talking about?
Well, whatever he's doing, it certainly is working. And the speed down the straight too. I don't think Wiley's going to be close enough here for a move. So Bob takes a bit of a defensive line there, so that might cost him a little bit of corner speed here.
I don't think Jason's going to throw in the towel. I think he's going to certainly challenge Don Fenton. Is he going to be able to keep touch with these guys in front? What the lap time's looking like? So 57.97 from Bob, 58.57 from Jason Wiley, 59.32. So from Don Fenton. Don a little bit off the pace.
Oh, he's run a little bit wide there too. That's cost him. So the pace definitely hot at the front here. These two going at it. James Ryan still holding on there in fourth. He just seems to be lacking that little bit of outright speed at the moment. So probably technologically wise, the bikes in front of him are definitely a couple of generations ahead.
I think that's definitely true. Bob Sellers doing a great job at the moment holding off Jason Wiley. As I said, I'm sure Jason's not going to give up on this.
Bob's definitely pushing. Bike moving around there as he puts the power down. It's still driving forward.
57.79 from Bob Sellers.
Beautiful line through turn 1 too. He's definitely got his head down.
Jason has gone faster on this bike in the past. I think it was a mid-6 from memory. So I think the pace is there, although it's been a while since he's been on it, and as we keep saying, he's still coming back from injury. So there's probably a couple of things holding him back, and maybe not ideal conditions out there at the moment.
Yeah, Bob looking very, very smooth too. So he's not only he's got to find a little bit of pace, he's also got to find his way through somehow. Bob late on the brakes, really throwing that R1 around, quite aggressive with it, but keeping it on line.
I cannot believe that Jason Wiley will let this one go without a fight. It's not in his DNA. But the way it's playing out is Bob Sellers might not give him a say in it.
They both set their quickest laps that last time around. So still pushing on, pushing hard. Bob again with that tight line going up the hill, and it just gets to drive so well. Pulls an easy bike length or two on Wiley. Can't see anywhere where Jason's really got much time to gain.
No, it's other than gritting his teeth and just doing everything a little bit harder.
Bob stretching out again here, so he's going to take a big lunge under brakes here to close that time back down. Probably gained a little bit back. But out it goes again as Bob drives beautifully around the sweeper there. Super smooth.
With 3 laps to go, it's looking like Bob's maybe got enough of a gap.
Bob set in, I think, identical lap times that time to his previous lap, so definitely a picture of consistency at the moment.
He's going to be delighted with this, the way he's riding. And visually, it looks like he may have stretched that gap a little further.
Yeah, well, Jason lost probably, about nearly half a second that last lap. So I think he might have broken him. With still 3 laps to go, 2.5 as they come down the straight now. And the gap just growing.
Of course, it's important that Bob knows that, because he's still capable of running wide and making a mistake if he thinks Jason Wiley's all over his back wheel. And sometimes, as you know, Boyd, you can imagine you hear a bike right behind you when there's none.
Yeah, it's something like so many times I've been out there and I want to take a cheeky look over my shoulder to see if anyone's behind you, but you don't get much of a chance here on this track. There's not really any place you can do it easily, except maybe here going up the hill. Sometimes I have a little sneaky look there, just where Bob's going through now. But yeah, he's again super consistent. All these laps within a couple of tenths of each other.
Yeah, the field otherwise pretty well strung out, isn't it? Don Fenton still holding off James Ryan as they go up over Suckers. Peter Bell Chambers. And then is that Martin Long from Stuart Bug? Bit of a gap between them all.
Yeah, lap time wise they're similar, but they've stretched out a little bit.
So getting ready for the last lap board now for Bob Sellers, and the gap now being probably 3 to 4 seconds, is it?
3.5 seconds. So Bob quite comfortably in the lead here. So just got to keep it together now, keep it smooth.
He's certainly going to be happy with that, because holding off Jason Wiley, or did he get past Jason? Jason did get the. Oh no, I think he's led it from start to finish, hasn't he?
He very briefly had the lead, but I think Bob got it back going up the hill with that nice move where he just zapped him.
Of course, yes, that's right.
But yeah, it certainly has his measure at this stage.
Good to see Oscar O'Donovan back on the ZX7 after his spill this morning, so he's back out there. They obviously sorted that bike out. Karen Webb just crossing the line, picking up the last lap board, and race leader Bob Sellers. Commanding victory.
So even quick lap times right to the end there. Only rolled off by 4 tenths really from his best laps. So impressive performance there by Bob.
Well, close dice back further, James Ryan and Don Fenton, but James will hold on.
I think James might have snatched that on the last lap, actually.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, so kept the hammer down there and must have pinched it when we had our backs turned. But yeah, great ride there by James.
I think what's really impressive about that is the consistency of Bob Sellers, and clearly, as we keep saying, riding these bikes over 8 laps, you do get tired, and there's no sign of that in those lap times from Bob Sellers, so credit to him.
Yes, so that's impressive lap times there from Bob. That was, yeah, basically he was unbeatable with that level of consistency. He'll be well pleased with that.
I'm always amazed by his enthusiasm to keep racing. He's clearly getting on in years. He's been doing this for a very, very long time, but just loves it. He'd be a pretty happy camper right now, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely impressive, especially his choice of bike that he's riding. It's like I said, like we keep saying, physically the most demanding bike to ride, and he's out there showing people half his age how it's done. So credit to him.
So Super Sport again, Boyd. I can't see anyone beating Mitch, but I reckon Jesse Woods and John Hughes and Marcus Delaney are certainly going to try and upset that.
Yeah, the key is they've got to get the start. They get him off the start and ruffle his feathers a little bit, showing him a wheel here or there. that's what it's going to take. So let's hope from a spectator's point of view we can see a bit of fireworks out on the track. Keep it friendly though, boys, and hopefully, yeah, we'll see some fireworks. But as you say, Chris, it's going to be very, very difficult to beat. It's just got that smoothness, that pace, and that ability to really break late. It makes it very, very difficult to get around.
Yeah, and something that I often say that in 8-lap sprint races, your start is so critical. You need to work on that just as much as you do every other part of your race, because as you just said, to beat someone like Mitch Hawksley or Brett Simmons in Superbike, you have to be able to run with them and can't give a gap off the line for an 8-lap race.
Yeah, and no one seems to have any area of the track where they have a clear advantage over the other riders, except maybe for Mitch in his late braking. So it makes it difficult if you can't be a lot stronger, say at turn one, than your competitors. Then it also becomes a bit of a mental game. You need to really analyze what they're doing, where you potentially can try and be a little bit stronger. Maybe try and show them a wheel, even if you don't think you can get through. At least let them know you're there. Start getting them thinking about, where's he going to try it? So the mental game is huge in this one.
100%, and that's I think particularly what you learn after a few more years of road racing, that it becomes a bit of a high-speed game of chess. You need to think about your race more beyond just what lap time I can do, as to how do I beat my competitor. And as you just said, Boyd, even if you can't find your way through, you've got to ruffle their feathers a little bit.
This track does lend itself well to that. If you've got even if you're down a little bit on horsepower and your bike is well set up, getting a run on someone around through turn one and turn two, you can quite easily slip it up the inside. Even if you run a little bit wide, at least you're there and they know it. So yeah. Although looking at the bikes heading out on track, we might have got a bit ahead of ourselves there, Chris, with the lights for our bikes on track. So what's happened there with the schedule?
Well, I think that's my schedule got wrong. Is that right? Yes, I got it wrong.
Well, I think pretty much everything we've just said applies to our two front runners out here and in the lights class as well, with between Taryn and Josh. They're both so evenly matched. It might come down to who's mentally the strongest in this race.
And I think that's exactly right. It'll come down to who's mentally strongest, because they've both proven that it doesn't matter who's leading; they're both capable of overtaking each other.
Yeah, well, Josh is a fierce competitor out there. Taryn, one of the nicest guys, and so casual off the track. I think when he's one of these guys, when he's behind the helmet though, he's a different sort of person. He's got that racist mentality. So he might not show it on the outside, but he's going to be hungry for that win, especially after losing by half a wheel length. So yeah, this is going to be a good one.
Shame to see Nathan Green re-entering the pits. I'm not sure what's up there, but he's been going well today, so that's a bit disappointing.
Where's he going?
He's going to dummy grid, so there may be a slight issue. He'll have to start from the dummy grid now, but the bike stopped for some reason. Don't know. But
they're looking at the gear shifter. I think they have some problems there.
No, unfortunately.
What a shame.
It is a shame.
We turn our attention to the start here. So starters off the track. They're under lights.
Racing, and once again the 400 production bike of Chad Wiley gets away the best. Again, I think Josh Vanderputten into second place from Taran Ocean. So a bit of a repeat of race 2. Except this time, Chad Wiley, I think, holds off Josh Vanderputten through the S's. So Chad's still in the lead as they run up the hill for the first time.
Yeah, great start there by Chad. He held a beautiful line through turn 2. But the power of those GP bikes now about to come into play.
Now, Taran's going to want to make sure that he doesn't get held up for too long behind Chad, because he can't let Josh get away.
I think he should be pretty right here. I think he'll get a nice easy run, and maybe even a little bit of a slipstream down the straight here.
Yeah, sure enough. Oh, look at the run from Reese Tan, right past Chloe Honeychurch.
Reese got a much better start than the previous race. He might avoid all that that carnage that happened to him in the previous race.
Oh, he needs to, because he got a few black eyes out of that. It's Josh Vanderputten with Taran Ocean right on his back wheel. Chad Wiley leading the production class again, and third place outright. Reese Tan, that must be Brodie Curtis. Chloe Honeychurch down the inside of Brodie Curtis. That's a nice move.
So just behind them, we've got Daniel Briggs, who is back out there. Interesting to see if he can climb his way forward a little bit now. But battle at the front here, closing up once again as Taran gets right on the back wheel of Josh.
Might even pick up a bit of a slipstream. And as he ranges up next to him, it's going to be whoever's bravest under brakes. Is it Taran Ocean? It is. Look at the speed of Josh Vanderputten through the sweeper. I thought he was going to have a bit of a run around the outside, but there wasn't room.
So lap time's still right around the 60-second mark. These guys still got some time in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised if Taran really gets the hammer down here and we see the lap times fall a little bit further.
He's certainly pushing Taran. He's eked out the tiniest gap over Josh at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what happens down the straight. Josh should get a bit of a slipstream down here.
This will be really telling about the straight line speed. So Josh unable to sort of get right in the slipstream there, but not really losing too much ground either. Reese Tan making the move now for third outright as he slipstreams past Chad Wiley at the end of the straight. So great ride from Reese here. He's really picked up the pace from last race.
Brodie Curtis getting back past Chloe Honeychurch too.
We've got battles aplenty here at the moment.
We've got Lockie Curtis and Daniel Briggs, Larry Eaton.
Larry right in the thick of it again with his outside lines. A little bit harder to go around these bikes than in his other class.
Yeah.
In fact, yeah, that did not work for him at all there. He just lost a lot of time on that wide line.
Great ride too again from Mark de Jong behind Dane Griggs and Graham Cunningham right behind Mark.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a chat with Graham earlier. He's had a bit of a break from racing, but keen to get back out there on that beautiful Aprilia 250 of his.
Oh, I tell you what, back to the leaders. There's nothing at all between them coming over the hump on the back straight. Taran Ocean still holding out Josh Vanderputten under brakes. Josh does get a great run there at the beginning of the sweeper, and that may be a benefit to him later in the race.
Yes, the interesting battle here, all right, to know what to do if you're in Josh Vanderputten's shoes. Do you try and make a move somewhere? Do you wait till the last lap and try and do what he did last time?
Yeah, look, I'd be thinking that they're so competitive, any opportunity you get, you're going to have to take.
That's true. There's 3.5 laps to go here, so there's plenty of time left. Still neck and neck the whole way around the track. The battle there still raging for second in production.
Josh Vanderputten through under brakes on Taran Ocean. Yep, he's got that done. So picked up a nice slipstream.
Well, that answers my question there, Chris. He's got the head down here. He wants to take the lead and show Taran the way around here. He'll know that the move is coming though.
So what can Taran do about that? Can he put the reverse move on at the end of the straight next lap? Look at this coming through the sweeper now. So we've got Reese Tan, Chloe Honeychurch down the inside of Brodie Curtis again, all over the back of Chad Wiley. So big battle for honours in the production class. That's first, second and third all together coming through the S's at the moment, Boyd.
It is too, yeah, that's right. But, Chad had the break, but they've reeled him right back in here.
Wow. So it's Chad Wiley, Chloe Honeychurch and Brodie Curtis. What a battle they're having. Look at this.
And all on very similar machinery too. So no clear advantage there.
Every bit as good as the battle at the lead in the GP class.
As we say, that Taran Ocean slipstreams to take the lead again at the end of the straight. Takes a very defensive line. So Josh will have to rethink this one. Where's he going to try put the move on and try and make it stick?
Fastest lap last lap was fastest lap of the race last lap, 58.93.
So they have dipped in. They've dropped about a second, and I think that's probably the quickest lap of the day. So these guys are really pushing now.
And Brodie Curtis just breaking clear in the production class as well. He has the slightest little gap now over Chad Wiley from Chloe Honeychurch.
Yeah, 61. Yeah, 61.1 he put in that last lap. That's an impressive lap time for the production class.
Taran Ocean still holding off Josh Vanderput, and Josh lunge under brakes. Oh, Taran's going to lean on him and will hold the line. So last lap board being readied. What can Josh Vanderput do? Taran Ocean leads. 1 lap to go.
I think he's going to have to try something into the S's here. Needs to have that lead coming onto the straight. Taran taking a nice tight defensive line there.
I'm still thinking that slipstream down the back straight is Josh's best bet. And he gets good drive through the sweeper as well. Oh, Chloe Honeychurch ran the outside of Chad Wiley through turn 1. That is brave. It looks like Brodie Curtis has got the best of the production class so far. But back to our leaders.
Oh, Taran's got a pretty good handy advantage here.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a bit hard for Josh to do much about from there.
Maybe Josh did try something at the top of the hill there that we missed. That's a bit of a shame, but still a fantastic race. Nice smooth line by Taran there to take the checkers and the win.
Absolutely fantastic racing from these guys. That's 2 races to Taran, I think, 1 to Josh.
Yeah, so all to play for in the last race then.
The next group, we've got Reese Tan, who will head Brodie Curtis, Brodie being the first of the production bikes. Then back to Chloe Honeychurch, who got past Chad Wiley and held him off. Lockie Curtis, Larry Eaton, who seems to be in every battle today.
Yeah, he's certainly been in the thick of it every time we've seen him. And, we had Dane Griggs, Daniel Briggs rounding out the top 10.
Another fantastic lights race, Boyd. It's always entertaining.
Yeah, battles throughout the field there. So, yeah, good to see the production class. Nice close finish there for those guys as well. So, be interesting to see the points at the end of the day. I think it's definitely up for grabs at this stage, isn't it? Who gets the overall win?
It's going to be interesting. I think Taran Ocean and Josh Vanderput just re-entering the pits. I'm sure Taran Ocean is delighted with his riding today. Certainly impressive.
Yeah, great effort by those guys. They're certainly trying their heart out there. Yeah, I think they'll. The last race is going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, that was the last race, wasn't it? Only doing 3?
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
I thought you were here when we mentioned that before. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because of time constraint. We're just doing 3 races today.
Oh, okay. I didn't get the memo, unfortunately. But, all right. Well, that means, yeah, Taran has sealed the overall for the day then. So, well done.
I'm trying to gauge your enthusiasm here, Boyd. I'm wondering which class it is you want to go racing in again.
Oh, gee.
I saw you get excited about the Formula 3, and then I saw you get excited about the lights, and you're still lying off those superbikes.
Well, it's going to be Formula 3 because that's the only bike I have anymore. So, well, yeah. It's. I tell you what though, Chris, I'd love to get my old 600 back. That would probably be my pick. Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, look, that's certainly the bike I remember you most for. 600s, I still think of you as a 600 rider.
Yeah, had a lot of good times on that bike. And yeah, I mean running the super bike is fun, but like I said, it takes a lot of dedication and a lot of time, money, and effort to put into the super bike to be competitive on it. So the 600 you can still be competitive without being quite as serious, I think, which is probably where I'm at with my racing. But really, no matter what you're riding, it's if you're out there having a battle with someone, it's good fun.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it comes down to. Yeah, this should be all about having fun. It's not MotoGP. There are certainly championships at stake, and people can take it seriously, but you also got to make sure you enjoy it and have fun and go home with a smile on your face.
Yeah, so now the 600s take to the track, and Josh Reed's out there doing double duty still on the 600 and 1000. That tell you what, he's going to be feeling it tomorrow.
Yeah, two of the most demanding bikes to ride. He'll certainly feel it.
So again, it comes down to this: who's gonna grab the bull by the horns and take it to Mitch this race? I'd love to see Jono get a good start and maybe get that whole shot. I think it'd be really interesting watching him trying to get past him, because we know how hard he likes to fight for a position, and he's probably the master at just letting the brakes off if someone tries to get past him and still make the corner somehow.
Yeah, agreed. Although I think for outright pace, Marcus Delaney's probably the most likely to be able to match it up with Mitch.
Yeah, Marcus was getting such good drive off the corners. If he does get ahead of Mitch, it'll definitely make life difficult for him. But he is starting back there on that second row, so his launch is going to have to be perfect. And he really got balked last time. He got boxed in and lost the toe straight away. So I always found he got to try and get to the inside of the circuit. That's prime position to be in, because it only takes one or two people to get up the inside of you, and you're on the outside of that track. There's no way through.
That's right, exactly. Well, we are about to find out, Boyd, because in the starter's hands, the red light is on and racing, and I'd say Jesse Woods has got away the best again. He may lead the field, only
very,
just.
Very even start there.
It was a great start. Mitch Hawksley into second. John O'Hughes third. What happened to Marcus Delaney?
Yeah, he's right there in fourth.
Oh, he is. So, he was right next
to... Actually, I think he's in third.
Right.
So, yeah, all the main players are there. This is going to be good. Jesse with a nice run there up the hill. Put a small gap.
Yeah, he got away beautifully. He's you're right, he has pulled a very small gap. So it is Marcus Delaney in third from John O'Hughes in fourth. Down the straight for the first time. Jesse Woods. Mitch Hawksley. Marcus Delaney right on the back wheel of Mitch Hawksley. That's what we're wanting to see. John O'Hughes maybe just lost a bit of touch down back straight there.
Jono driving well through the sweep, but it closed back in. But Jesse, nice run there for the first lap there. So 59 off from a standing start. That's a good lap time there to get things underway.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of people who'd dream of doing a 59 on a flying lap. So Mitch looking pretty relaxed there behind Jesse at the moment. What's important is that Marcus Delaney can close down that gap, because he's lost a little bit to Mitch Hawksley.
Yeah, he just seemed a bit tentative there through turn one. The gap opened up a bit. Let's see if he can claw it back.
I'm thinking that Mitch Hawksley might be lining up a move on Jesse Woods at the end of the back straight. Coming down over the hump at the moment.
Good speed from the Yamaha there of Jesse, though.
It is good.
You're not losing anything down the straight.
No, I wasn't expecting that. That was a great drive from Jesse onto the back straight. The last time through, 56.71 from Jesse Woods, not messing around. Mitch Hawksley looking for a run up the inside into one, but there's not enough room. Now, can Marcus Delaney close down these front two? That's the question. They're dropping off John O'Hughes just by the slightest amount.
Still very close to the front there. Mitch is definitely sizing up Jesse here.
Yeah, good to see. Jesse's got the bit between the teeth, though. while he's in the lead, he's going to keep the hammer down.
So the crucial run onto the straight here. Can Mitch pick up a bit of that slipstream? The slipstream is not such a factor with these bikes in this short straight.
Through under brakes, and that's his strong suit, isn't it?
So a little bit later on the brakes and just slips up the inside. Makes it look easy, when in fact it's anything but.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? He does make it look very easy.
It's a lot of confidence to get that line early and take the position, but he did it very well.
Of course, you're not putting a move just on any other guy. You're putting a move on the race leader who's already pushing hard. So you've got to have a lot of confidence to make it stick.
Jesse, though, still got the hammer down here, not letting him get away too much.
It'll be interesting to see if Jesse can lower his lap time this time around, being in the toe of Mitch.
Expect the time to come down a little bit more now. So he's still running quite a quick pace there at front, low 56s.
Yeah, 56.2 is the quickest lap of the race so far from Mitch, which is half a second quicker than what Jesse's done. But Jesse, he's hanging on.
He's right there.
I think you'll probably see the quickest lap this time through from Jesse Woods. 56.59. He does go faster, so he's got a bit of a toe from Mitch Hawksley. This is what Jesse was wanting.
Yeah, I think Jesse's learnt a little bit from that previous race. A little bit of a bobble there for Mitch. Didn't seem to cost him too much time.
Certainly doesn't appear to be anything Marcus Delaney or John Hughes can do about it. Good battle further back in the field there between, who's that? Josh Rees?
Like Josh Rees and Matt Carey.
Matt Carey, they're having a, look at that, both the suckers, they're having a ding-dong battle.
Those two are good friends, so they'll be enjoying this, as long as they keep it friendly.
Still back at the front, Mitch Hawksley not dropping off. Jesse Woods, great to see. And in fact, Marcus Delaney, is he getting his second win? Yes, 56.6, quickest lap for Marcus Delaney so far.
So all three of the top riders within 0.02 of a second there. So no one's given an inch here at the moment.
Can Jesse do that a little bit more just to get on terms with Mitch Hawksley? Given he's probably at PB pace, it's going to be an ask, but...
Great ride here from Jesse. As I say, it'd be very, very difficult to find a way through, but each lap he stays right on Mitch's wheel. He'll be growing in experience and confidence. And who knows, Mitch is perfectly capable of making a mistake, but we haven't really seen any cracks in his armour so far.
Jesse carries good speed through Calvin's onto the back straight. If he can be close enough to pick up a draft, he's a chance at a lunge under brakes. But as you keep saying, Mitch is so strong under brakes. But
he's running out of time now. He's starting the penultimate lap. And he's still right there. So anything's possible. Definitely gapped Jono a little bit now.
Yeah, I think Mitch is maybe just starting to eke out a bit of a gap over Jesse. Maybe Mitch is just up the pace that little bit more. Interesting to see if Jesse can hang on. Good run through Calvin's and a bit of a slipstream might just close it back down. So this is an important part of the race for Jesse.
Yeah, lap time here will be interesting. Jesse was quicker last time around.
No, he's back on terms with him, so maybe Mitch is just quicker through that first half of the circuit.
Yeah, Mitch seems to hold good speed through the S's.
Well, it's the last lap, Boyd. Who's it going to be?
Well, it'd be brave to bet against Mitch, but Jesse's hopefully going to keep it nice and tight here, nice and smooth. He's closer than he was last lap. Mitch taking that wider line, but it seems to work for him. Still a good run through here.
Back marker coming up. I think that maybe Ryan Chen, that they're about to get at Calvin's.
This could be interesting then, because he's going to catch him right at the worst possible spot.
They're both through cleanly, but Jesse Wood's certainly close. Or he's going to have a big lunge under brakes. I don't know that.
It'd be brave to try it, but
So it's only the sweeper left. He's going to want a very good run if he's going to get a run past Mitch Hawksley through here. He's not going to get it done, but I tell you what he did get done is he stuck with Mitch the whole way, and that was a very, very impressive ride from Jesse Woods.
Brilliant ride there. He could have easily tried too hard then and made a mistake, but kept his cool and finished right on his tail. So definitely a good effort there from Jesse, and of course hats off to Mitch for another commanding race win.
Yeah, and you've got to also consider that Jesse's beaten Marcus Delaney and John Hughes fairly comfortably in that race. So it just underlines what a great performance that was. He's certainly coming to terms with that 600. It's exciting to see.
Yeah, it'd be nice result too for the team. So that bike's still out there and being competitive, no matter who the rider is.
Yeah, without a doubt, they've had a good day. I mean, Chip has cleaned up in the Formula 3, other than I think the first race that was wet. Bob Sellers has had a win in the Pre-Modern Open, and a good day for Jesse Woods. So, hats off all round.
Yeah, so definitely good to see. Another one of the more professional looking outfits out here. So yeah, good effort.
Puts in a lot of effort, Bob Sellers. He must get so tired of painting those bikes.
Yeah, he's would have done it a few times now, but they certainly are nicely presented machines.
That's great to see. We've said a few times up here in commentary that the standard of presentation has really improved over the years. It's good to see people take a bit of pride in their outfit, because it does make a difference to the whole atmosphere of the event, how bikes look on track.
Yeah, and also for the spectators who could wander through the pits to have a look too.
Exactly right.
So we must be moving on to
the one I've been looking forward to, Tassie Juniors.
Yeah, that the battle could be on here.
We might see more running across the paddock, halving the circuit.
Let's hope not, because we don't want any. We want it to be fair and square this time. A good tussle out on track, and I think that's provided the running issues are still sorted for young Gus's bike. I think that's probably what we're going to get.
Well, it's great to see them turn that around, because the way it started was pretty disappointing for him, but it seemed to be running beautifully.
Yeah. Well, that's the highs and lows of racing right there, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it?
So,
particularly two-stroke GP bikes.
Riders now making their way out.
David Coward, the fastest, the four-stroke riders so far. He's had a good day.
Yeah, his bike definitely it looks pretty good out there. Like, it's certainly well set up machine now, I'd say. It doesn't give away too much speed down the straight and up the hill, but definitely these 85s really in a league of their own, I think, in terms of outright pace. But good to see the four strokes out there. They're still probably the ideal training ground, especially for raw novices. These 85s would be a lot more difficult to ride. Keep them in that narrow power band.
Yeah, definitely. We can't lose sight of the purpose of the class. It is a training ground, an easy way to be introduced to road racing for kids.
As much as we lament it, there's no real pathway for two-stroke racing anymore. It's a thing of the past. So the 150 really the ideal starter bike. And with any luck, with the success, as we were saying, of the national level R15 Cup, that hopefully we'll see a few more of these bikes and find their way to Tassie on the used market. Be snapped up and raced down here, because they're quite an affordable package even to buy brand new.
Yeah, what are they worth new? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, but I think you can buy them as with a race kit. So you get everything you need to convert them over, You don't have to source all that stuff yourself, all the fairings, the rear sets, the spares, all that sort of stuff. They come in a big box.
Wow.
And you just bolt it all on and go racing.
Sounds like a nice Christmas present.
Yeah. Yeah, but having said that, like you can pick up a used R15 quite cheaply. I imagine you pick one up for as little as maybe even like $1,500 for a very rough one, which you're going to take all the road gear off anyway.
Yep.
So
that's a cheap way to go road racing, isn't it? And potentially sell it on after a year or two for similar money.
That's right. And they're definitely a competitive bike against the other four strokes out there. So right, it's just about ready for a start here.
So what can bike 43 do from the second row? That's going to be the big question. The lights on, racing. I don't know if David Coward got away to a bad one there, but who did get away to a bad one was Isaac Simmons. I'm not sure if it was out of gear, Boyd.
I don't think he had it in gear.
And look who has picked up the lead, Gus O'Halloran. But David Coward punches it down the inside to pick up the lead going down through the S's. So it's all going on here in the Tassie Juniors.
This is definitely going to make things interesting, isn't it? Isaac seems to have recovered from that bad start. The red mist has no doubt come down a little bit. So whether that works to his advantage or not, we're about to find out.
It's certainly got some speed up the hill, hasn't it? It's hold in that bike of Gus's, but where's Gus finding his pace on the circuit? That's the question.
Yeah, well, there didn't seem to be that much difference in speed between the two last time out. So maybe it's still clearing a little bit.
But still, David Coward, he's the man. Oh, he was the man. Just got drafted and overtaken down the back straight, firstly by Isaac Simmons, then by Gus O'Halloran. But David,
big move on the brakes.
Determined under brakes.
And good corner speed here too.
Oh, what's happened to Gus O'Halloran? Did he lose a gear there?
Yeah, he definitely slowed dramatically, but he's back on it now.
So still Isaac Simmons from David Coward, from Gus O'Halloran, Ava Connell, Jet Pryor. Oh, Gus running a bit wide there. Look at David Coward all over the back of Isaac Simmons.
Yeah, he's really trying.
Just loses out in that straight line speed. As you said earlier in the day, Boyd, only a second or so off the pace, so getting away to a good start might have been the answer.
Yeah, he's definitely trying hard.
Certainly, that can be all you need sometimes. Riding around by yourself is not easy to produce speed. Having a bike in front of you certainly helps.
Yeah, even though it's got to be a bit demoralising getting blasted down the straight like that. At least it gives him something to gauge himself against when he closes right up under brakes again now.
Well, he's putting a great ride so far.
Yeah, very impressive ride here. So all three of them lapping a pretty similar pace there, all within half a second on that lap. Can Gus close that gap a little bit and take Isaac for the win? That's going to be the big question. Oh, he runs very wide there.
It is wide. He's obviously pushing very, very hard. David Coward around the outside of Isaac Simmons. Where there's a will, there's a way. But as you said, Boyd, demoralising the horsepower of the two-stroke.
Credit to him, he's not given up, that's for sure.
No, what a ride.
Yes, I think that's probably the closest we've seen one of the four strokes take it to the 85 yet.
For some time, certainly today. Back in the days when Brodie Curtis was riding, we saw the R15s up the front a bit more regularly.
That's true. Yeah,
oh, what's happened to Isaac Simmons? Has he missed a gear?
Oh, he's definitely slowed there, but no, back on it again. Oh,
furious.
Something's going on. Oh, Gus. Oh, that was close.
Oh, no.
Well, that made things a bit interesting.
So now David Coward eyeing off maybe his first race victory.
Well, this is great racing here. It's good to see the juniors really turning it on. Isaac's slowing now. I'd say he's definitely got a problem.
Still going at this stage, which is great to see, but certainly not in with the chance of the win. Look at Gus O'Halloran. He's now edged through to pick up the lead over Suckers. David Coward back down the inside. No, it's going to be breaking duel at the end of the back straight.
So still right on each other's hammer here. Both white bikes. It's difficult to see who's in the lead, but it's like Gus.
David's been very strong under brakes and gets good run through the sweeper, so it's not over yet.
This is our last lap. They'll read the checkered flag as they come around now. It's like Gus has got a good run this time.
So talk about change in fortune.
Yeah.
Pumps the air, Gus O'Halloran.
Well, there we go. What a race. And yeah, crossing the line in third there, Isaac. He was pumping the air, but I think for a different reason. He was a bit disappointed there with whatever happened. But gee, it's yeah, it can all change very quickly. But the impressive there, 109 on the last lap from Gus, the quickest lap of the race.
Wow.
By nearly 2 seconds. So great last lap by him to take the win.
Yeah, super race. I think Isaac's dad, Brett, he's probably going to be happy to be jumping on the superbike and leaving the tent. There's probably a bit of fury coming his way.
Yeah, there might be a few spanners being thrown here.
Yeah.
Look out, people down there. But,
so I think Brett will be glad to get out of there. So another great race from the Tassie Juniors.
Well, yeah, so I've got no idea who's going to get the overall victory now out of those three, because make that almost a second and a third each between them. We don't know exactly what happened with Gus and his off-track excursion in race 2. If there was a penalty there, but who knows? Isaac might still be in for the overall here, so the frustration may turn to joy. Again, quite dramatically, the highs and lows of racing. So we'll wait and see when it comes presentation time for that one.
Yes, well, speaking of presentation, it's coming up soon after the next race. So we hope to be getting straight into presentation. You know, everyone does like to get away, particularly this time of year where it's still getting a bit cold.
Gus still looks really elated with that ride. He's super pumped.
Yeah, well, he would be, because he had a pretty of a tough start to the day, but shows that he kept it together.
Yeah, really great to see. It must be so frustrating for him missing out on qualifying and all yesterday with the wet track. So he came through with the goods at the end.
He did. Really terrific to see. So that, I'm thinking, brings up our last race of the day, assuming we're running only the 3 sets. And I think at this time of the day, that would be what you'd expect. So Tassie Superbikes, always impressive.
Yeah, I can hear the big bikes warming up down there now. So still yet to see them exit the pits. Shouldn't be too far away.
Super impressed with Jeremy Huddleston's riding so far. Keen to see what he can do in this.
Yeah, Jeremy's come a long way from when he was racing when I first started, and
an R6, I think he had that
R6.
back then. Yeah.
And no disrespect to Jeremy, but he was a long way off the pace back then. And these days it's the other way around. He's right up the pointy end. So he's one of these riders that's, I guess, just chipped away at it over the years and got quicker and quicker. And now, yeah, he's right up there. It's just really great to see.
Yeah, totally agreed. He's the only one who could probably answer what has changed. But for mine, I'd say his time on the Lights GP bike really built his confidence. He put in some fantastic rides there, including winning the Lights 20 lapper at the 2 hour.
Yeah, that's right. And he, I guess, as we say, it's a good class to learn your racecraft and build confidence. But still, to go from one of those bikes to a super bikes, it's a whole different experience and different skill set in a lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to be where he's at, credit to him. And he's still really, really enthusiastic about his racing. He loves it.
And one of the nicest guys in the paddock as well.
Definitely. Yeah. Always got time for everyone and helping out.
And rarely a bad word to say about anyone or anything. He's, any comment he makes is usually positive and supportive, and just let's get on with it and make things better. It's a really refreshing attitude, and it's always very welcome.
Yes, well, I do remember the Lights 20 lapper when he lapped me and caught me at the last minute right at Apex and put me off into the grass. And I wasn't super impressed at the time, but we came in and he came straight up to me. Oh, I'm sorry. So all was forgiven pretty quickly there. But, yeah, he's definitely a hard charger. So I know he's been getting closer and closer to Scott Honeychurch too. That'd be his target, I'm sure, to try and get in front of Scotty. Scott's so good off the line though; it's going to be a tricky ask.
Bit of a shame not to see Jason Wiley out there.
Yeah, Jason obviously finding the big Panigale too demanding, I'd say, physically to pilot.
It'll be interesting to see if Jason Spencer can get a slightly better start this time around. Scott Honeychurch has been managing to slide himself in between Brett Simmons and Jason Spencer. I'm sure if Spencer's going to have a go at Brett, he probably needs to be on his back wheel, or even leading Brett into turn one.
Yeah, we should have had a little word with Brett during the break there, just to say, can you maybe just ease it off the line a little bit, give him a chance. But
yeah, you reckon Brett's going to do that?
I don't think that's in his nature.
No. You'd always flick his kill switch off the line.
Yeah, certainly no missing Brett out there on track in that bright fluorescent Sebau 1000. Really does stand out.
Now, what did impress me in race 2 was the quality of the start from Jeremy Huddleston. So I was talking about maybe the electronics on that bike are pretty good, being ASBK. It'd be interesting to see if he can repeat it this time.
It's a good spot there. Fourth on the grid. It should have a pretty straight run at turn one, should he get away well.
Yeah. Of course, Brett Simmons' bike is ex-ASBK as well, is it not? It was next team Honda bike.
So, yeah.
Well, we are ready for a start. The red light's on and racing, and Brett Simmons away to a beauty, but Jason Spencer, what happened there?
Well, that's two bikes in a row who forgot to flick it into first, so disappointing there for Jace.
But Brett Simmons away in his customary first place. Scott Honeychurch right on his back wheel, and Jeremy Huddleston away again nicely in third place. But poor old Jason Spencer, what was going on?
Yeah, I saw him fumbling with something there on the left-hand side of the handlebar. So he had I think his concentration was broken there a little bit, and the lights were on and off in no time. So yeah, it can quickly go wrong, but he's still right. He's still out there and battling, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, it's what we were saying before about you've got to focus on every part of your race, and the start is so critical. You've really got to have it down pat. And Brett Simmons demonstrates that every time he goes out. Good to see the bit between the teeth from Scott Honeychurch, though, right on the back wheel of Brett. He's not going to give it up too easy.
He's got a very experienced campaigner as well. In fact, I was looking at some of the trophies downstairs in the cabinet earlier, and I saw his name on there, I think from about 1995. So no shortage of experience from Scott, but another one who doesn't seem to be slowing down much with age.
No, he loves it.
Still right there, actually, with Brett. This is impressive.
He looks like a natural motorcycle racer as well. I always think he fits the bike well.
Yeah, loves his Kawasaki's. He's always trying to get me on one. I don't think I'll be allowed.
Yeah, he's riding beautifully there. He's not letting Brett get away too much at all.
Yeah, well, he's well and truly gapped Jezza now. I was saying Jezza would have been hoping to tag along and maybe put a move on Scotty, but I don't see it happening at this rate. So Scott with a 55.1. Quite impressive lap time there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, Scott having done a few 2 hours around here on the big bikes as well, so he's no stranger to riding 1,000 round baskie. I think Brett's probably backed off a little bit. He's doing 54.8s. He was doing high threes this morning, so he's about a second off what he was doing earlier.
Well, we've seen race meetings here where the super sports have actually gone quicker than the super bikes before, but certainly not today. These guys have well and truly got the hammer down and putting in those super quick laps. Conditions probably ideal at this stage. The sun out.
Yeah, the wind doesn't appear to be too bad from what we can see. So last time through, they don't go any faster. 54.73 being the quickest lap so far from Brett Simmons. I'm sure Scott will be feeling good about keeping Brett in touch. Certainly Brett eking out a bit of a margin, but nice ride from Scott Honeychurch.
Yes, well, if he keeps this pace up, then he's pretty much got second in the bag, I'd say. He's got a big gap over Jason Spencer, who's now made his way through to third place.
Bit of a lonely ride further back for Wade Strata and Josh Rees. Josh learning the new ZX10. His quickest lap so far is 60.26. Of course, jumping off the 600 as well. As we said earlier, he's got to be feeling a bit tired, and changing between two bikes is not always that easy either. Brett Simmons crosses the line with 4 laps remaining.
Scott's still hovering around that 55 flat mark.
He's looking pretty tidy as well. It's not like he's running wide.
Well, he's still lapping faster than Jason Spencer in third. So bike obviously working well. Scott feeling good.
Yeah, he does impress me, Scott Honeychurch. He just turns up randomly. He doesn't do every race, and whenever he turns up, he's always competitive.
Yeah, well, I think he was even out here turning laps yesterday in the wet. Because I saw a picture of him in a set of leathers from 1990 odd, because he didn't want to get his new leathers wet.
Yeah, definitely good to see. And good to see he's still loving it.
And still pulling away from Jason Spencer in third too. So very impressive.
But certainly there's no touching Brett Simmons today. Great return to the Superbike. Quickest lap so far, 54.2, last lap out, the last lap round. So
couldn't really call it cruising, but he's looking pretty comfortable out there, that's for sure.
Well, no one anywhere near him. Back wheel in the air under brakes. He's still pushing.
Bike sliding as he comes around the sweeper there.
54.22, not messing around at all. You'd almost think that he's got people breathing down his neck the way he's riding. Certainly laps starting to dwindle down now.
1.5 to go as Brett comes around suckers now. Jeremy Huddleston knocking on the door of 55.
That's a great time from Jezza, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what his quickest time is out here, but
you're getting close to that, I'd say.
I reckon that'd be his goal. I reckon, to try and dip into the 55s.
Brett Simmons will pick up the last lap board, crosses the line, 54.35, so pretty consistent.
Talking of consistency, Scott Honeychurch this race has been all these lap times within 55.9 being his fastest, 55.09 and 55.49. So super consistent and quite fast.
Certainly perhaps the field is strung out now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. We haven't seen any super tight battles in the superbike class today, but it's always great just to watch these bikes circulate. Especially when you get up close to the track side and watch them peeling through the sweeper or coming down straight over the crest. They really are impressive to watch.
Speaking of impressive, Brett Simmons will take the win to make it 4 from 4, 3 from 3, I should say, from Scott Honeychurch. And Jason Spencer, who will recover to get up to third place. Great day's racing from Jeremy Huddleston.
Yeah, Jeremy would be happy with that. He would have enjoyed his time riding that bike today, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. Wade Schrader in 5th, and then Josh Rees just entering the chute now on the new ZX10, or new bike for Josh anyway. What year is that? It's 2015, so not that old. And that, Boyd, I believe, concludes the day's racing.
Yeah, well, we certainly saw some good action today. Really, really enjoyable being up here to call the racing. Thanks for having me up here, Chris.
Great having you here. It's always enjoyable to have you out here. I prefer to see you on the racetrack, but it's good to have you up here chatting and giving us your insight.
Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe get me on a headset when I'm out there next time. I'll do some live commentary from the track.
Well, if it's hard as you say it is, then I reckon you'll be breathing too hard.
Yeah.
But look, it's time for us to sign off. We've had a great day up here. Thanks for everyone for coming out. Thanks to the spectators, the officials, particularly the guys out there in the flag points. We've really enjoyed it. Thanks to you, Boyd. Another top day up here in the commentary box. Presentation's about to start. I believe there's a barbecue. I can't quite see if that's on the go yet, but presentation will get underway shortly. Don't forget, we've still got one more round of the state championship to go. That's at Symmons Plains. I don't have the date front of mind, but it's on our website. Make sure you get along to that. And, of course, our big one, the Motorworks Michelin 2-hour in the first weekend of December. That is one not to be missed. So time for us to sign off. Thanks again, Boyd. We'll see you back here for the 2-hour.